Okay, thank you. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting of council open at 6:01 p.m. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging that the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past, present and emerging on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. Moving on now to the confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 16th of September 2025, moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Beaujard. Declare that carried. Disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice on page 2 of the agenda reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, could you do so now? So there's a list of you with your names up. Sorry. Yeah, hang on. Ethan. Kristen Granville. Vince D. Dylan. Jodie Williams. Miranda. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 17.1. I used to work at Glen Street Theatre as an usher. I don't think it will impact how I vote on this, so I'll remain in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grattan.
I declare a pecuniary interest in 10.2. Lifeline Northern Beaches has been nominated for a grant. I'm the CEO of Lifeline Northern Beaches and I will leave the chamber for this item.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I disclose, in relation to item 10.2, I disclose a non-significant non-pecuniary interest as my husband is a part-time employee of Lifeline Northern Beaches. And in relation to item 11.3, I disclose a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in that I've previously met with or collaborated with a number of the organisations that have been issued, proposed to be issued a grant. I've previously met with or collaborated with Northside Enterprises, Humane World for Animals, Permaculture Northern Beaches, the Save Manly Dam Catchment Committee and Surfrider Foundation Australia. I had no personal involvement in the grant process and neither I nor any relative gain any direct personal or financial benefit from the grants which are proposed, and as such I propose to remain in the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Hackman. Someone turn their light off. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to disclose a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 10.2. One of the applicants I realised actually went to school with, so I've known for a long time, but I had no recent interaction and no say in the process, so I propose to remain in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I disclose a non-significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 14.8 in that I'm a voluntary director of Netball New South Wales and have known the late Evelyn Langbean OAM through her services to Mandurunga Netball Association. My impartiality is not compromised and I intend to stay in the chamber and vote.
Councillor Dillon.
Madam Mayor, I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 12.1, placemaking grants program funding recommendations because of my involvement with it and with the Newport Chamber of Commerce. And I will leave the chamber for that vote.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have in item 17.7, I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. A family member is employed by one of the companies in another department. and the family member was not involved in the issues under inquiry, so I'll stay in the chamber.
Okay. Councillor Causey.
Yes, I'd like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item, where's it gone? 11.3, as I was a founder of Canopy Keepers, one of the grant recipients. However, I'm no longer a member of that organisation and had no discussions about the grant with them, so I'll stay for the vote. I'd also like to declare a significant pecuniary interest in item 17.6. Now, I'm not sure if I can say in open session what that interest is, but I won't stay for that item. I'll leave the room. And
Okay.
I do believe there are other councillors in that position.
Councillor Harvey. Oh, sorry, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have pecuniary interest in relation to item 17.4. One of my business operate from the North Nabin Surf Club. I will leave the discussion on this item. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
I would like to declare non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 10.2. I'm a personal friend of one of the grant recipients, Lydia Louise Ricconi Brown, and she is producing Celine and the Strange, the debut EP. Even though I'm sure it'll be fantastic, I had nothing to do with the allocation of this funding, so I'll stay in the chamber. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have an interest as well.
Oh, yes, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you. Item 10.2, I've got a significant non-pecuniary interest. I formerly provided pro bono IT services to B Centre, then worked for a company which provided them with IT managed services. I no longer engage with them, but I'm very close to the executive and staff, so I'll be leaving the chamber for that discussion. I also provide pro bono IT services to Lifeline Northern Beaches.
Okay, so that's item 10.2.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Okay, councillors, we now... councillors, have I missed anyone? All right. Councillors, we now move into public forum and public address. We have 15 speakers tonight, and before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I also remind the audience that taking video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers, you must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff, and that councillors accept no responsibility for the comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim for defamation by any person, either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Okay, I'm just searching for my list. There it is. All right, first person up in public forum is Michelle Robertson regarding South Mona Vale Beach, Palm Beach. Oh, you need to push the button at the base there. The light will come on.
Can we start again?
Perfect.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Tonight I'd like to address the review of environmental factors for South Mona and North Palm Beach. A REF is a formal assessment used to evaluate the potential environmental impacts of a proposed activity or project. The environmental report for the two beaches was done by Niche Environmental. This company is not some backyard outfit. They're respected, reputable consultancy with decades of experience in ecological assessment. The REF is scientific, thorough, professional and crystal clear. This trial is unlikely to cause harm to the environment. It builds on similar studies by Cardno in 2019 and the 2008 NGH study for Station Beach. These three independent studies constitute an impressive body of work. The REF doesn't ignore risks, it lays them out and it shows how they can be managed. This trial is cautious, time-limited and designed to test coexistence. It's evidence-based and deserving of your full confidence. We have seen a small number of individuals trying to undermine the facts by painting a picture of ecological disaster that just doesn't match the evidence. There are around 20 fake Facebook sites created to sow misinformation, cross-liking each other's posts and having intense conversations with each other, trying hard to sell untruths. This isn't about protecting the beach, it's about blocking and sabotaging the trials, and it's not fair. It's not fair to Niche Environmental, whose work is being misrepresented. It's not fair to council staff who followed proper process. And it's definitely not fair to the dog owners who've been asking respectfully for a chance to share this space since dogs prohibited signs were installed around 2002 without consultation and without due process. Julie Alexander reminded us that the Dog Beach trial is not reckless, it's carefully planned, fenced, timed and monitored. Dismissing it before it has barely begun is like failing a student before the exam. This trial is about balance, not division, and after 12 years of community advocacy, it's here, thanks to council staff, supportive councillors and the community. When Creel Bay was closed to dog swimming, Marita McRae is recorded in a table 20-page transcript confirming that she, and I quote, did not see any environmental problem with the use of North Palm Beach, north of the car park for off-leash dog exercise, unquote, finish quote. I encourage you to come and experience Mona Vale Beach for yourselves, especially those who voted against it. Spend half an hour there and witness the joy, the connection, the energy firsthand. You'll see families laughing, dogs playing, strangers becoming neighbours. It's not just a beach trial, it's a living example of what inclusive public space can look like. Speak to people and let the community tell you what this means to them. We're asking for a fair go, a chance to show that responsible dog access and environmental care can go hand in hand. Let's honour the process, the evidence, and most importantly, the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next person up on the same topic is Julie Alexander.
Almost the same topic. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. 7 weeks ago, I asked you to picture a calmer morning. The sun rising over Mona Vale, the beach quiet, just a few footprints in the sand. Billy, my Labrador, trotting by my side on a stretch of beach we could all share. Well, we don't have to imagine it anymore. Come down and see it for yourselves. We're 1 week into the dog trial, and what you'll find isn't chaos, despite the impressive media glare. It's calm, it's community, and it's connection. Most mornings you'll see around 20 dogs. At peak times, maybe close to 80. Families, kids, singles, coffee groups, swimmers with their dogs, and others sitting quietly on the sand. There's something about the ocean, it just lifts everyone's energy, and it's become a genuine community hub. Before the trial, there were concerns. People spoke of dogs lacking basic obedience skills like recall, being let loose around young families and native wildlife. We haven't seen any obedience issues. It was said it should remain a safe, clean and inclusive environment for all, including fishers and surfers. It is. Some worried about the smell of urine, dog bags in the bushes and dogs ignoring the boundary lines. That hasn't happened. We all heard the forecasts. Dogs running wild, disturbed wildlife, knee-deep in poop, irresponsible owners, dog fights, bitten children, and even bitten seals and turtles. Here's the reality. 0 poops left behind, 0 bags blowing in the dunes, 0 dogs in the dunes, 0 attacks, and 0 wildlife harmed. The only incident, one fisherman did set up right in the middle of the trial zone during trial hours and had his bucket weed on. Lesson learned fast. We've spoken to just a few people unaware the trial doesn't cover the whole beach, and rangers have handled others calmly. We've coordinated a 50-strong WhatsApp group to monitor and educate and reduce the pressure on rangers. And speaking of rangers, a big thank you to Simon, Mark, Mitch, Shane and Pedge, who've been outstanding. We've worked with Jess on education and Holly on practical fixes like bin placement and signage. That positive social contract between owners, beachgoers and council, That's real. Are we perfect? No. Do some dawdle when the clock strikes 10? Maybe. But we're a long way from the disaster that was predicted. It's impossible to be genuinely appalled and saddened when you see the joy, the care, and the responsibility that this community has shown. People are praising the council, and that doesn't happen very often. So on behalf of everyone involved, thank you for your confidence, your partnership, and your belief that this community could step up. It's early days, but every sign points to a great outcome for the council, the community, and the dogs who finally get to enjoy Sandy Paws. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would it be possible with the previous speaker to supply a list of the names of the people who have been watching the beach for us, just so we can send a letter of thank you?
We can do that offline and see if there's an opportunity, though I suspect handing out other people's emails may not be relevant for public privacy. Anyway, next person up, Claire Longley. Infrastructure and action priorities regarding road safety.
Happy Diwali and good evening, councillors, staff and members of the public. I speak in relation to 16.1 of the agenda. And it may not be a surprise that ratepayers are growing increasingly frustrated with the ongoing neglect of our local roads. My name is Claire Longley and I'm here tonight as a ratepayer and a user of these local roads. Less than 8% of claims made for pothole-related damage were successful. That's 400 people who were denied support following adverse effects of unsafe roads, and another 100 who are suffering the adverse effects of bureaucracy, still without an answer on their claim. Why is it that there's only one councillor advocating for the safety and fair restitution for residents? If this were a private business, that level of service just would not be acceptable. If you charged customers for a product and 92% of the time it failed, you'd be out of business. Yet, here we are, residents paying more through rate rises, councillors spending more time advocating on federal issues, while neglecting the day-to-day safety of local residents. You speak of interim solutions and predictive modelling, but residents don't drive on spreadsheets. They drive on roads, and those roads are filled with potholes and defects that damage cars and endanger cyclists and make streets nearly impassable after rain. Council's pavement management system provides a 7 to 10 year renewal program. But tell me, how does a 10-year model help the person who blew a tyre last week on their way to work? Or the student who can't afford a $600 repair bill from a council-owned road? What is the average time between a pothole being reported and it being fixed? Councillors, the people of this community deserve safe roads. They deserve to be heard and their concerns prioritised. They deserve a full room of councillors who have their back, not just one. Let's stop accepting mediocrity as maintenance and start delivering timely results worthy of the rates that we all pay. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our community.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Councillor De Luca.
I note from Ms Longley the 100 outstanding claims. Could any advice please be given on why they have been outstanding so long and when they are anticipated to be resolved?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we can provide you with some information on that.
Could that also please be provided to Ms Longley? And then secondly, in relation to her concerns and her question regarding the average time between a report of a pothole to when it is actually fixed, does Council keep any statistics on that? And if so, could that please be provided to all councillors and Ms Longley?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll look into that issue for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person up is Douglas C. Public Forum Council Meetings.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start with an apology. I had a couple of cups of coffee and, you know, I normally only have one cup of coffee. Good evening, councillors. I'm here tonight as a resident, and I've got to say people out there aren't happy. First you hit us with an over-enthusiastic rate rise. Now you want to cut our voice by moving the public forum away from the main council meeting. This is not progress. That's pulling the plug on real feedback. Item 9.4 proposes you'll hold the forum a week before each meeting. Sounds pretty tidy on paper, but in practice, it detaches the people from the decision makers. Will all councillors even show up? Will staff listen? Or will it be just the public talking to ourselves in an empty room? That's not democracy. That's an echo chamber. The public forum is the one moment, the only moment, when ratepayers can look at their representatives in the eye and be heard. Take that away and you're not streamlining meetings, you're silencing the community. I get it. Thank you. I get it. Meetings run late. But they run late because the agenda sometimes gets clogged with things that aren't local. Federal issues, state politics, even international debates. None of that fixes potholes on Pittwater Road. If you want efficiency, cut the noise, not the vote. Keep the public forum where it belongs, in the main meeting with all the councillors present. That's what's called accountability.
Just a point of order, Madam Mayor. Two councillors continue to laugh and talk during Mr Cohen's speech. I think that's exceptionally disrespectful and it is creating an act of disorder. So I would ask you to call those two councillors to order, please. Councillors Bonnie Harvey and Councillor Sarah Grattan.
Okay, on that, I'll just overrule and just say move on. 53 seconds, and if everyone could sit there respectfully, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. May I say, keep the public forum where it belongs, in the main meeting, with all the councillors present. That's what I call accountability, and that's respect. Thank you for your time, and please, let's not make it harder for the people who pay the rates to be heard by the people who spend them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. Councillor Harvey.
Just have a question to staff. Are we able to investigate mechanisms that if this change does go ahead, because I believe we're just going to exhibit these recommended changes to the Code of Meeting Practice, if that change does go ahead, are we able to perhaps make the public address the week before mandatory? Can we investigate that, please?
Okay, Councillor Harvey, I'm just going to overrule that because we haven't got to that topic yet, and I know that there's a whole heap of councillors who want to discuss that topic. Hopefully the audience will stay around for that discussion and maybe understand the process there a little bit more. Okay, public address. On item 9.1, Mr Douglas Rennie, welcome back. Tabling of designated persons returns 24-25.
Mr Douglas Rennie could not be here, so I'm going to speak on this for his behalf.
Okay, could you state your name, please?
For the record, my name is Sean McLeod. I will be speaking later. Good evening, councillors, mayor and all. My name is Douglas Rennie and I am the Libertarian Advocate for the Northern Beaches residents. Tonight, I will be speaking on item 9.1, which is about tabling the designated person's return 24-25. This will give the ratepayer an idea of where their money is being spent by our big spenders, I mean councillors. Last month, it became newsworthy that 3 of our councillors had a bit of spending habit, racking up tens of thousands of dollars in expenses in the middle of a cost of living crisis and rate hike. We have councillors who believe that they can spend what they like even though their salary and expenses are footed by the ratepayer. We had Councillor Williams burn through at least $17,000. Councillor Hackman, $25,000.
Incorrect.
And Hernjack, $31,000. We haven't seen their returns yet, but we are waiting.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Williams.
Point of order, that was incorrect. It was 14,271, I believe.
Okay, so...
Not 17,000.
All right, so it looks like the number was incorrect, but if you could move on, that would be lovely.
Small details. We haven't seen their returns yet, but we are waiting in the wings to see them. Of course, Councillor Williams thanked everyone on social media, even us who didn't vote for him. And his contribution was attending a conference on our behalf. Will we find that in his returns? Maybe not. That money could have been better spent on fixing the roads in Frenchs Forest Ward. Will we see in Councillor Hackman's returns expenses for attending electric vehicle events? We know how much he loves them. Will we see Councillor Hernjack's trip to the Northern Territory
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Councillor Beaujard, your point of order?
I do hate to do this, Madam Mayor, but 5.14 relevance. The tabling of designated returns has nothing to do with councillor expenses.
Okay.
Could you ask the Speaker to get back on topic, please?
All right.
I'm talking about 9.1, not 5.4.
Okay, 9.1 though is tabling the designated person's returns.
On a further point of order, the public forum does not require a speaker to speak on an item. They can speak generally on any issue of public importance.
So in public address, you do speak to the item that actually is nominated.
However, it can be a general item.
Otherwise, it would then go into public forum.
He's in public forum. We're not addressing...
No, we're in public address. We've
We're
finished
not
public
addressing the actual items on the public forum. On the actual documents, we're in public forum. He was listed as public forum as number 4. Mr. Douglas C. and Mr. Douglas Rennie, I thought, was speaking.
Sorry,
that he's
Councillor
speaking
DeLuca.
on the behalf of Mr.
Councillor DeLuca, we have already heard from Douglas C. We're actually in public address, addressing item 9.1, which had Douglas Rennie, and Sean McLeod is speaking on behalf of
making
Douglas
general
Rennie.
comments about an issue of import.
No.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. 7.9, can you instruct Councillor DeLuca not to interrupt the chair?
On a point of order.
Hang on. All right, so I'll be ruling first on Councillor Beaujard's point of order and will uphold that, but then I will now listen to your point of order, Councillor DeLuca.
I move a motion of dissent to your ruling.
Okay, councillors, there's a dissent to the Mayor's ruling. All those in favour?
I'm allowed to speak, thank you. And this is the problem. When the Mayor either does not understand the code of meeting practice or is, unfortunately, partial, it is decisions like these that keep on happening. Tonight, we have heard a member of the public come to try and have their say. They have been generally relevant to the issue of expenditure and designated returns. In a designated return, a councillor should document any travel, particularly if it is gifted to them, or any gifts that they receive. Again, the Speaker is generally relevant. As most in this gallery would be aware, tonight Councillor Hines has upheld points of order against me tonight, but when I tried to seek fairness and stop the disrespect of two councillors towards a Speaker, when those two councillors were laughing and talking, that point of order was denied. That's not fair. We need fairness in this chamber. What concerns me greatly is when a councillor or councillors from a particular political party are being exposed for possible wrongdoing, all of a sudden points of order are raised, the Speaker is interrupted, and the chair, the leader of their party, funnily enough, upholds that point of order. However, I've been told in this chamber to shut up and fuck off, and yet not once did Ms. Hines uphold my point of order.
Councillor De Luca, please mind your language.
Well, why didn't you tell your councillors to do that?
Councillor De Luca, please just move on.
I'm trying to make the point of your bias. I ask you, I plead with you to stop bringing this council into disrepute and to treat all with fairness, including this gentleman who has
Councillor
bothered
De
to
Luca.
come down.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Point of
I'm
order.
on a motion of dissent.
I'm allowed to raise a point of order while you're talking, Councillor De Luca.
Yeah, and funny that you keep on interrupting for the very reason you stated that I was interrupting.
Madam Mayor, point of order. 16.11d, imputing improper motives. Councillor De Luca has imputed an improper motive on the Mayor Hines. If you could rule on that, please.
Okay, I will overrule it for the moment because I would like Councillor De Luca to just finish. I know that he accidentally started with public forum, but now knows that we're in public address.
And again, I
so
state
we're
that
about
the
to vote
Speaker
on a
was generally relevant.
motion of
I've got
dissent.
1 minute and 11 seconds to go. As I said, the Speaker was generally relevant to the issue of financial disclosure and holding councillors to their oaths of office, which a disclosure is required. And an oath of office is that councillors should not ever abuse their position for financial gain. I stated the reasons why in the past, when I've raised points of order for the very reasons I outlined earlier, my concern that those points of order were dismissed and yet everyone else's was upheld. I think the public know what's going on. I again ask that the chair be fair and reasonable to stop bringing this council into disrepute, and I press that the Speaker should be able to speak without laughter from councillors, without disrespect. And I know this motion of dissent will go down on party lines, but I'm confident that the community knows what's going on in this chamber, and it's not fairness, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Singh. Okay, thank you for that, Councillor De Luca.
Am I able to get my 1 minute and 11 seconds back?
No. No, we're now in the process of a procedure of which you can't speak at the moment at all.
So
Sorry,
I can't
this is what
finish.
happens. No, we've got to vote on a motion of dissent at the moment.
Very well.
Okay, so just bear with us. Okay, so thank you. My right of reply is that you seem to think that this was originally public forum, which it wasn't. We had already moved into public address.
Point of order.
No, I'm in my reply.
I can make a point of order. As Councillor what's his name, Beaujard, was allowed to do while I was actually making my statement in support of my motion of dissent. Again, it shows the chair's lack of knowledge of the meeting procedure.
Your point of
My
order.
point of order is that you just stated that I wasn't aware that the motion, that the speaker was speaking on public address. However, I have pointed out in my motion of dissent that he is generally relevant. It is a requirement of the disclosures that we act in accordance with our oath. So I'm well aware of that, and I would ask you not to mislead on my understanding of the actual motion that I have moved.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I'll just continue and say that from my point of view, what you had said to me, and then I went over it and made sure that we were all on the same page by saying it was Mr. Sean McLeod on behalf of Doug Rennie. With that anyway, I'd like to go and make sure now that we vote on the motion of dissent. All those in favour? Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Williams, Hernjack, Hackman, Burchard, Glanville, Harvey, Robins, Giltnan, Dillon, Causey, Bingham and myself declare that lost. Now, Mr. McLeod, you've got your 1 minute and 11 seconds back now. Sorry, it's just a procedural motion.
That is okay. We haven't even gotten to my speech yet. God. Okay, where was I? I'll start here. We will see Councillor Hernjack's trip to the Northern Territory to attend a climate conference where he canoeing when ratepayers that funded it can barely pay their bills. These expenses should be released monthly and allow the public to see what their money is being spent on. Councillor Causey's wonderful Facebook post tells us that they feel entitled to use our money for events in Adelaide, and she feels entitled to use it because they do so much work. You're paid a salary.
Excuse me, Mayor. Point of order, those aren't my words. I don't feel entitled to do anything.
Oh, you don't have to say it. If you don't like the workload...
Councillor Causey, thank you for your comment, and I just rule that we move on.
Resign. But of course, there are other expenses coming up. Mayor Hines will be jet-setting to New Zealand to attend a regional local government forum. Will this be paid out of the Mayor's pocket or ours? Will CEO Scott Phillips be attending with the Mayor, and who will be paying for that? And who will be doing his job in his absence? The Libertarian Party believes in roads, rates and rubbish. Reducing the rates, that is. Not spending ratepayer money hand over fist, not jet-setting across Australia and overseas when you can't even get the basics right. For shame, councillors. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLeod. Or Mr. Rennie, and just to let you know, local government New Zealand's actually paying for flights, accommodation and everything. Okay, on to item 9.2. Mr. Nathan Thomason on the 2026 Ordinary Council meeting schedule.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. I'll try not to be controversial. Good evening, councillors, mayors and fellow residents. My name is Nathan Thompson and I'm the Libertarian Advocate for Manly Ward. Tonight I'll be speaking to 9.2, which is the Ordinary Council schedule, and I'll talk a little bit about 9.4, which is the Draft Code of Meeting Practice. Please don't cut me off. Now I get it, it's not juicy. It's not a juicy subject. No rate hikes this month, no ratepayer-funded trips to the Northern Territory, just the usual nonsense. So why speak on a boring draft code, and why are we talking about when the meetings are going to happen? Because the meetings in the public forum are the beating heart of local democracy. Without it, ratepayers lose their voice. And let's be honest, local government is the level we deal with the most. Want to renovate your home? Talk to the council. Want outdoor seating for your cafe? Talk to the council. Maybe not this council. If you've got potholes wrecking your suspension, talk to the council. Maybe not this council. Pick up the bins, of course, that's the council as well. Yet some in this chamber seem to think that their role at international junkets, climate conferences, and solving social issues like Gaza. This is not what you're elected for. We want good roads, rubbish picked up, and reduced rates. So why talk about the meeting schedule at all? Well, I have a proposal, and it might be a little bit unpopular, but I do like the idea of having 2 meetings a month. One meeting full of public forum, so we can talk about agenda items and things that have happened in the last month, and then another one, this exact meeting where we can talk about the issues on the agenda. It shouldn't be a free-for-all, but they must remain open, accessible, and unfiltered. I know more Libertarian speakers are showing up every month, and maybe it's not because we're disruptive, it's because we're annoyed and we're right. So the council has a long history of ignoring the ratepayer. You just have to look at the rate rise. 51% of us said no. But the public forum is the last line of defence against your poor decisions that harm our community. So the danger to changing public forums rules is simple. It gives councillors the power to silence dissent. I'm not saying that you're doing that now. Please don't turn me off. But if you write the rules, what's to stop you? That's why we need to have input and have an understanding of why or what you're going to change and why you're changing it. The Libertarian Party believes in the back-to-basics approach to local government, roads, rubbish, and reducing rates. We believe the public forum is the best way for councillors to receive feedback, to hear what they need and not what they hear. So if you're looking to do the 2 meetings as I suggested, it is going to cost a little bit of money. It is. So I've got a suggestion. Maybe to cut some things that are already tanking money, like the art galleries and Glen Street Theatre. That's a good way. You can have that one for free. But ultimately, public forums and meetings are important to our local democracy. So make sure that you get them right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Past Councillor Michael Genscher on item 9.4, the draft code of meeting practice.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, community, and staff. Before the nuances of this matter are debated, I'd like to, prior to going to community consultation for your say, I would like to take the opportunity and have my say. The proposal before you tonight, the draft code of meeting practice, includes a significant change that may sound procedural, but strikes at the very heart of public participation in local government. I'm talking about the decision to move the public forum to a completely separate night from the actual council meeting. Now, let's be absolutely clear. This is not being forced upon you. The model code released by the Office of Local Government in September states that councils may hold public forums and determine when they are held. It also explicitly notes that holding a public forum is and always has been optional. That means this is a choice. By moving the forum to another night, you would be deliberately disconnecting our community's voice from the moment of decision. The forum, held immediately before the council meeting, ensures councillors hear residents' views in real time. That's if they are listening. Just before you deliberate on motions that may shape our lives. Splitting the forum off a week earlier weakens that connection, risks councillors forgetting key arguments, and reduces the immediacy and relevance of community input, which risks turning a vital democratic forum into a procedural box-ticking exercise. It also creates real barriers. Many from the community already struggle to come a single night a month. Expecting them to come twice, first to speak and then to come again to observe the decisions, will inevitably reduce participation, or maybe that's actually the intention. And then there's the cost. 2 separate nights means additional staffing, security, live streaming, catering, and setup, all unnecessary, especially when the current structure already meets every requirement of the model code. Finally, the draft also proposes expanding the chairperson's powers to expel anyone, including councillors for acts of disorder. Of course, order is important, but discretion here is broad and subjective. It risks chilling debate and silencing dissent, something no council committed to transparency should support. So tonight, I urge you, councillors, do not support this draft as it stands. Let's protect open, direct, and accountable local democracy. Let's keep the public forum where it belongs, here on the same night, in this chamber, in front of the people you are supposed to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person up is Mr. Joshua Beer on item 9.6, establishment of the performance review panel for the CEO.
All good? Yes, good evening, councillors, mayor and all. My name is Joshua Beer and I am the Libertarian advocate for Pittwater Ward. So tonight I'm speaking to 9.6, item 9.6, which is the establishment of the performance review panel for Chief Executive Officer Mr. Scott Phillips. My question is, why now? Why have Northern Beaches councillors not put Mr. Phillips under scrutiny before? Not when, from the start of his tenure in 2023. Mr. Phillips' performance has led to a rate rise of 25.2%, increasing the cost of living of residents and local businesses, and a road system full of potholes where residents and visitors cannot drive safely when it rains. Now, if this was the CEO of a private sector, from the private sector, that was performing basic tenets of their role, that was not, they would be removed from their position by the board. My second question is, why is Mr. Phillips a CEO at all? Out of the 128 councils in New South Wales, most are managed by a general manager. Is this council so unique that they feel they need to have a CEO? Or is it to justify Mr. Phillips' outrageous salary of $569,000, which is above the salary of the New South Wales Premier and almost as much as the Prime Minister? We have heard about the upcoming trip to New Zealand by the Mayor and Mr. Phillips, which allegedly is being paid for by a New Zealand body. But who will do Mr. Phillips' role in his absence, and how much will they be paid? The Libertarian Party believe in a back-to-basics approach to local government, which is roads, rubbish, and reducing rates. Those rates that keep increasing are not designed to pay bureaucrats hundreds of thousands to oversee the roads and bins. Mr. Scott Phillips' tenure as CEO is a slap in the face to all the hard-working people, families, and businesses of the Northern Beaches. That is why the Libertarian Party has launched a petition to state parliament, which in part will bring in mandatory salary bandings for those in executive positions, as well as a freeze on special rate variations. And to you, Mr. Phillips, the Libertarian Party can provide you with a review in one word: fail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beer. Oh, sorry, Councillor Glanville had her light on first.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Question through to staff. Are staff able to confirm the extent to which Mr. Phillips has had a performance review panel since he was employed and outline those arrangements at a high level?
Through to the COO.
Through you, Chair. Yes, for the previous financial year, since the CEO's commencement, there was a performance agreement in place and a panel was delegated to undertake a review on that. That will be considered, or has been tabled in the report this evening for consideration on the previous year review.
So this is our second iteration. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the concerns expressed by Mr. Beer, is it not true that any person acting up in the acting general manager will be paid the additional money while acting up?
Through to the COO.
Through you, Chair, if I understand you correctly, how much a person acting in that role would be paid, it is not to match the permanent incumbent of that role at that level.
Okay.
Sorry, my question was, will they receive an acting up salary for acting as the general manager?
Through you, Chair, if there's a significant period of time, they would receive higher acting duties. I'm not aware of what's being done in this case because it's only a couple of days. It would have to be a week or two under normal circumstance. Sorry.
Thank you. And if that person is a director or a manager and someone is acting in that director's position or manager's position, would they too not also receive an acting up payment?
Through you, Chair, yes, relief duties have additional salary associated with them.
And further to Mr Beer's concerns, I note that you are aware of the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig's statements in budget estimates that heads of council are not to use the title Chief Executive Officer and that they do not have chief executive powers. Why does Mr Phillips and this council continue to reject that direction that general managers should be termed as such and not termed as chief executive officers? And I quote that from the budget estimates earlier this year.
Through you, Chair, yes, the Minister's comments are noted. There are a number of councils who have various titles for the functions of a statutory general manager, and Northern Beaches is one of them that may determine what they elect to call that person. But we do know what the Minister said in budget estimates.
Thank you. And could you explain then why Council continues to reject the Minister's direction in that regard?
Through you, Chair, it would be a matter for the council. Staff would not have a say on suggesting where the council may wish to change the title. It's the elected council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam
Can
Mayor,
we just
could I-
move on to the next person now? On 11.1, Ms. Keela Lam. Just bring the microphone down. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Keela Lam. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a very concerned grandmother and a member of the Knitting Nanas Against Greed, saving land, air and water for the kids. I've got some flyers here if anyone's interested. As a child, I never thought to ask, is the air or water clean? Excuse me. My generation accepted mindlessly consumerism and convenience. Some would have us believe climate change is crap. If we care to observe, we see climate changing before our eyes. Fires, floods, storm damage, beaches washed away, even our flowers blooming earlier each year. What about industry's waste foisted upon us? Stuff we dispose of now which previously was designed for long life and repair. What about the microplastics we're all inhaling and eating? Northern Beaches and our peninsula is particularly at risk of greater impact from increasing fiercer storms, storm surges, property damage, potholes on roads. Heat waves threaten the health of our community and bring blazing bushfires which kill our precious flora and fauna. We've been too complacent. There is clear worldwide scientific urgency to do much more and faster. This climate change policy is a council issue and responsibility to take climate change most seriously and put into action climate-related necessary changes. The cost of not taking action is too great. The money spent now on climate action will have dividend in the long term. CSIRO's Climate and Disaster Resilience Technical Report of 2020 reported that for every $1 spent on adaptation, there are savings of between $2 and $11, which would have needed to be spent in recovery. We must ensure all council decisions consider the impact of climate change for current and future generations, enhancing intergenerational equity. Council can gain much by embracing inclusive planning with community engagement, proposals and education. Put special emphasis on youth involvement, include knowledge of the elders and concerned community. Their input can speed the process, just as former Manly Council's award-winning innovations driven from Manly Environment Centre's grassroots activities were proof of this. Time to act is running out. Please pass this climate change policy motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms Lamb. Next person up on the same topic is Mr Sean McLeod again. This time as Mr Sean McLeod.
Righto. Okay. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen of the gallery, I'm back. I am Sean McLeod and I'm the Libertarian advocate for the Calcutta ward. I stand to oppose item 11.1, the revised climate change policy. Council, your duty is clear. Roads, rates, rubbish. Reduce those rates, please. These are the services that residents rely on. Yet this policy diverts us into a quagmire of climate-driven junk that risks tanking our grid and blowing out budgets. You're not the state, you're not the federal government, you are the council, here to deliver practical and tangible services for our community. Look at our streets, potholes everywhere, making it look like Gallipoli out there sometimes. Residents faced with a 25.2% rate hike, adding up $550 million with a $5 million deficit. It's not much, you can pay that one down. Climate policy funnels resources into EV projects like IntelliHub's $2 million trial. Sure, it's grant funded now, but what about scaling up? Those EVs will strain our grid, risking blackouts and voltage fluctuations, which are a real threat, not to mention costly upgrades. And for what? To chase vague 2030 emissions targets while neglecting immediate needs. The federal government's renewable targets are looking like a fantasy these days, with project after project going into liquidation. Councillor Hackman champions these EV projects. Charges on telegraph poles. It's a pipe dream. But let's be honest, attaching grey little boxes to power poles isn't an innovation, it's a shortcut that could overload our infrastructure and spike energy bills. Home charging already adds $50 to $100 monthly to residents. Ausgrid's connections means that we're subsidising this green experiment indirectly, while Council Teal's visions ignores the reality. More EVs mean higher rates for residents already getting crushed. And parking, it'll be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I don't know if any of you guys have tried to find a parking spot in North Curly, but it's impossible. These pole charges convert public spots into EV-only bays, with $2,200 in fees for blocking it with petrol cars. We're not just talking residential, but shops, beaches, parks. Council pushes for new stations and counting, steals spaces from families without EVs, turning street parking into spaces for only a handful of rich-owned Teslas. That's it.
Thank you very much. Our next person up is on item 11.3, Mr. Patrick Bright, who is talking to the Environmental Grants Program and the funding recommendation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Patrick Bright. I am the Libertarian advocate residing in the Frenchs Forest ward. Tonight, speaking, as you said, to 11.3, environmental grants. Your tenure as councillors has come at a time of soaring living costs, government-induced inflation and accommodation shortages exacerbated by mass immigration. Instead of listening to the sensible, rational, financial pleas of thousands within the Northern Beaches community via surveys and forums such as this, to cut and lower costs, 8 of you voted to increase rates, namely the Your Northern Beaches Independent Rate Increasing Team, supported by Councillor Bingham and Councillor Causey. By voting for a rate increase, you essentially told ratepayers that you support financial incompetence and that you sent a message to council staff that they could carry on with the more of the same spending that had the council living beyond its financial means, versus having them do what just about everybody else in the community has had to do, reduce spending, in particular on non-essentials. Whilst one could argue these projects are important, they are not essential. The 2025-26 environmental grants are an example of a low priority program that should be suspended or at the very least postponed to a more prosperous time. Further, the real cost will be significantly higher than the $50,000 listed when you factor in all the add-on costs such as program development, the creation of the 24-page assessment criteria, the assessment of the applications, communication with the applicants, monitoring and review of the projects, evaluation of the conclusion of the projects. Instead of administrating these and other non-essential grant programs, council staff time saved could be redirected and invested in streamlining council processes, looking for cost-saving measures, helping council become more fiscally responsible this year and next. As councillors, part of your remit is to oversee responsible spending of ratepayers' money. As a ratepayer, I urge you to direct council staff to take the necessary steps to focus on cost-cutting, shelving non-essential spending such as grant programs, and streamline systems and processes. Otherwise, it's quite likely that the council staff will be asking for another 25% rate increase in another year or two. The Libertarian Party believes council should focus on roads, rubbish and reducing rates, not spending ratepayers' money on non-essentials, in particular in these times. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bright. Now we're up to item 14.4. Adrian Breakspear on the notice of motion to do with outdoor dining and food trucks.
Good evening, councillors. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of one of my neighbours, Steve Bohill. Dear councillors, I'd like to express serious concern over the treatment of mulatto coffee, the ill-considered solutions put forward by council to date, and the broader implications of council's approach to small businesses and community engagement. Juan's Mulatto Coffee is more than a business, it's a local hub that brings people together, fosters connection, and reflects the vibrant spirit of the Northern Beaches. Yet council's insistence on arbitrary restrictions, from seating bans to location changes, feels like bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. Stop the ridiculous burden on small employers that council rules bring. Move here, do this, do that, with zero financial support from council. Council has too many employees making these burdens up at a time when it should be reducing its headcount. It's micromanagement, pure and simple. Council staff with likely zero experience in running either any business or certainly any hospitality business want to be inside the business, dictating the kind of chairs a business should have, whilst, for example, leaving alone the ugly branding of Chemist Warehouse or the $2 shops on the Corso. This level of interference to small business actively harms the very businesses that make our community thrive and provide employment. This micromanagement comes at a time when council has voted to increase rates by nearly 40% over 3 years, despite overwhelming community opposition. Yet residents now get restricted services and more red tape from a council that seems increasingly out of touch. Instead of stifling small businesses with vague complaints and impractical requirements, council should be championing them. Council must realise it provides services for the community and that we are not here for council. The people that run small businesses are the people who show up every day, rain or shine, to serve the same community that pays the rates and deserves a say. My takeaway would be for council to engage positively with small businesses rather than being rule enforcers, and take a good hard look at the rules, which seem to be there mostly for the sake of it to provide council with the job of enforcement. Please reconsider your current approach Let residents know why you simply cannot support Mulatto in the current location. Why not even reconfigure the car park layout to allow Juan to stay and council arrange power? Rather than telling what he cannot do, empower and support him to build a successful community business. Support small businesses and support communities, and let common sense and transparency guide the way forward for an even better Beaches community. And that's from Steve and Camilla Boyle of 21 Euroban Avenue, Madley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the same topic, Mr. Juan Botero. And thank you for your email to all the councillors as well.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Juan. I'm the owner of Mulatto Coffee, and I've lived around Manly for many years. And when I started Mulatto 5 years ago, I wasn't planning to build a business. I was simply going to travel around Australia. But life has another plans. When COVID hit, everything stopped. I stayed here, parked my little trailer, and began serving coffee every single morning, rain, hail, or shine. Over time, what I started as a simple coffee stop became something much bigger. It became a place where people connect, where they are greeted by name, where they share stories, where they start the day feeling seen and cared for. This is so important, but it's not only my opinion. According to Mental Health Australia, connection and belonging are key pillars for good mental health. However, the reason I'm here today is because this community is now under threat. I've been asked to move my current location spot, a place that has safely served the community for years because of one very vague complaint. I haven't even been told the nature of the complaint, only that this is the reason for me to move. Council staff have been far from transparent in their reasoning. Ironically, the new site proposed by council is right beside an access gate and a car park overflow, far more dangerous than both for pedestrians and staff. The move will also come with enormous financial pressure. To operate from that new location, I'd need to invest up to $40,000 in a new battery power system, but with no guarantee of more than 1 year permit. That's simply not viable for a small business like mine. And it's risky destroying something deeply valuable for the people of Manly. I have been told that there is a plan of management being developed for this area, which will lead to a proper master plan. This could incorporate a dedicated coffee van site with amenities. All I'm asking is to be allowed to stay where I am, and the community that we've built up can remain until that plan is complete. Supporting motion 14.4 and 14.7 before council tonight will be the first step towards resolving the issues I'm facing. So tonight, I ask you to please support the proposal to give us time, space, and find the right solution together. My permit is set to expire on October 31st, so it's very important to me that my current permit is extended for as long as it takes to this matter resolve for everyone's satisfaction, and most importantly, the community that supports me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And last person on this topic, Ms. Carly Smith, speaking on 14.7.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Councillor, Mayor and all the residents of the Northern Beaches. My name is Carly Smith and I'm the Libertarian advocate for Narrabeen Ward. Today I rise to speak for some common sense, something that the councillors sometimes lack. And that being item 14.7, which is open space mobile food vehicle permits. I'd like to thank Councillor De Luca for this motion. It thankfully demonstrates common sense. Open space mobile food permits are no-brainer for the Northern Beaches. We have beautiful beaches and reserves from Manly to Palm Beach. Allowing food trucks in these open spaces to provide food and coffee for people spending time with their friends and family. It helps small businesses grow by allowing vendors to make money to pay their bills, like the rates, which go to the exorbitant salary of the CEO or the expenses of our big spenders. Patagonia at Longreef and Madaloo Coffee in Manly are but two examples of how the council's policies hurt small businesses big time. They just want to operate, and right now they can only operate until October 31st. Wouldn't it be better for the councillors to allow them to continue past November? For the holiday season, the summer trade, these established businesses are now looking to leave the Northern Beaches after spending years building their loyal customer base. They have to restart their business from scratch somewhere else, and residents and visitors will lose out with less choice for food vendors in Manly. We know council doesn't respect business owners. Look how James Sedaris from Roller Bakehouse was treated last 2 meetings ago when trying to bring his case in person to councils, and they shut him down. It is no surprise that councillors have been inflexible on this. The Libertarian Party obviously believes in the roads and the rubbish and reducing rates, like what the councillors should be doing. We also believe that the best way for local businesses to thrive, they need to be supported by the local government by giving them more leeway and getting out of their way, which is what this motion proposes. It seems that the council is waging a war on small businesses by the way they've treated Rollers Bakehouse in Manly, and they're seeking an increased business rates by 25.2%. The best way for councillors and the bureaucrats to help small businesses is to support them instead. I remember when I first left high school and I had my own small business. It was a catering business, and I had support. And I remember going quite far for about 5 years, and I just like to see the same support for small businesses around the Northern Beaches. And yeah, it doesn't take much, so yeah. Anyone starting their own business I know gets a lot of support, so why not help them to continue their business here on the Northern Beaches? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, councillors, we now move on to items by exception. I'd be mindful of whether it is absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I will be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call a notice of motion, please do so when we go through the items shortly. Firstly, may I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Deputy Mayor Bingham. Okay, so I'll be going through them one by one, and I will be trying to look around the table and see if any lights come up, and try and keep you all within my eyesight. Okay, item 8.1, Councillor De Luca. Item 9.1, Councillor Beaujard. Councillor 9.2, Councillor 9.3, item number 9.4, yes, Councillor Beaujard. I'm sure a lot of people will be wanting to speak to that one. Councillor 9.5. Oh, sorry, item 9.5. Got councillor on the brain. Item 9.6 needs to be called out. So, Councillor Grattan.
Oh, just 9.5, do we need to name a councillor to sign off on the financial statements? Oh, we've already done. I thought we normally had one. That's all right, good, okay, we're good.
Okay, the answer is no. But you're going to be pulling out 9.6 by the looks of it. No.
Sorry, to clarify, did Ms Loveridge just say it did need to be called out?
No, she said no, it didn't need to be called out, but Councillor Grattan wants to call it out anyway.
Did governance say that they needed it called out? Yep, so governance is saying they needed to call it out.
It is called out now anyway.
Okay, thank
Councillor, no, item number 9.6. Yes. Okay. Item 9.7.
Yes.
Item 10.1, Councillor Beaujard. Item 10.2. Item 11.1, Councillor Harvey. Item 11.2. Item 11.3, Councillor Causey. Item 12.1. Item 13.1. Item 13.2, Councillor Beaujard. Item 13.3. Oh, right. Item 14.1, some of us are a bit tired of voting on that one. Item 14.1. Item 14.2.
Yes.
Item 14.3, Councillor Robins. Item 14.4.
Yes.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dillon and Councillor DeLuca. I'm sure there'll be a few talking on this one. Oh, it's Councillor Glanville's motion, so you'll be kicking off anyway. Item number 14.5. 14.6. Councillor Grattan. 14.7.
Yes, my motion.
14.8. 14.9.
Yes.
14.10. Okay, 17.1.
Sorry, can we go to the questions on notice in 16.0 responses to?
Yep, I'll get to that after I've done confidential. So I've got, was that Councillor Causey for 17.1, 17.2? Councillor Causey? No. 17.3. 17.4. 17.5. Which one? Okay, 17.5. 17.8. I don't know. What happened to 6?
Two questions that are in confidential.
Oh, okay.
We'll go 7 and 8 first.
All right. Okay, so we'll do 17.8 and then back to 17.6. All right, from last meeting, we've called out...
Sorry, can you just clarify? What did you... So we stopped at 17.6?
Yes.
And then we stopped at 17. Next one was it, did anyone call 17.6, 17.7 or 17.8?
17.8 I seem to have
Yeah,
out.
I thought so.
But I actually have 17.6 and 7 in the next group, which is questions on notice. So from last meeting, we have already called out 16.1, 16.2 and 16.3. So now we're up to 16.4,
So just in relation to 16.1, 16.2 and 16.3, the lack of answers there have been referred to an external independent authority, and they are investigating those matters. The same with the other lack of proper responses on the other matters I called, so I don't need to call them.
That's not for debate now. So now we're up to 17.4. Or 16.4. At least I'm not calling it a councillor. Yep. 16.4, I've got Councillor Causey. Yep. Sorry. All right, sorry. 16.4. Item number, question on notice, 16.5, 16.6, 16.7, and now we jump to 17.6, 17.7. All right. Now, if I can ask the staff to put that on the screen.
Just as you're probably already aware, some councillors have declared significant conflicts of interest in those matters, so they might want to leave.
Okay, other than Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dilling, Councillor Beaujard.
Because we're doing it as, I think, oh no, sorry.
Okay, so those who had
been
declared
called out.
significant conflicts of interest, before we vote on that, because we're doing items by exception, they've got to leave the room.
Sorry, could you just explain to me why I don't understand?
Right at the beginning, I asked for everyone to declare conflicts of interest, and some of our councillors have less than significant. Other councillors declared significant conflicts of interest.
Okay, I believe that there's
Yeah.
at least one councillor in this room who has a significant conflict of interest with an item that hasn't been declared.
Okay, so that's a matter for the councillor, and now we will just put this to the vote.
Okay,
Right. Okay, all those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Okay, councillors. First item up is item 8.1, Local Government New Zealand Sector Meeting. Councillor De Luca, are you moving as is?
No.
Okay. Someone like to move as is? Deputy Mayor Bingham, seconded by Councillor Grattan. Okay. Questions of the staff? Okay. Invite the mover to speak, Councillor Bingham.
So, Madam Mayor, I think this is a great honour. It will not cost the council anything. All expenses are going to be paid by the New Zealand local government people, and they want to find out what our experiences are. So I support this motion.
Okay, and the seconder was Councillor Grattan. Okay. Moving into debate. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I'll speak against this recommendation that our Mayor and General Manager attend the Local Government New Zealand sector meetings. Earlier in this evening's public forum, our residents spoke quite clearly in relation to their concern of both the perception that this gives in view of the 25% SRV, but also it was revealed that whoever acts in an acting up position, be they for the General Manager while he is away, be they for the person who then fills whatever position is then acting up, it will cost money for our council. It is also a dreadful look for our council that both the operational head of this council and the elected head of this council are going internationally on something which our community majoritively resents, on how to tell New Zealand how to force a special rate variation. And I think it's just unseemly where it says that New Zealand to discuss Council's application for a special rate, special variation to rates in the context of rate capping in New South Wales. It also concerns me, wouldn't someone more qualified from IPART be appropriate, or the Office of Local Government, or the Minister for Local Government? Why would we be sending our public officials to do this? As I said, there is a cost involved and there will be incidentals. There's no confirmation as to exactly what is covered. I note other expenses, but there is no definition on what other expenses include. I don't think this passes the pub test. I think it's insensitive considering the rate rise. I think it's insensitive considering we've got small businesses coming before us tonight saying they're struggling, and yet council is rejecting their grievances and their plights to continue. And then we had the Rollers Bakery disaster. I just think that noting that the General Manager of Council, since his appointment, has had numerous leaves of absences, I think it's time that our General Manager and the Mayor concentrate on local issues which are of importance to our community and respect our community.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 3 minutes of my life I won't get back. I'll speak against purely so I can move the motion be put.
Councillor De Luca, point of order.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. It is disgusting. So I submit that in accordance with clause 16.11 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Beaujard has committed an act of disorder and has acted offensively by way of his comment, and I ask that he withdraw and apologise, and I ask you so to rule.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Beaujard, could you withdraw that comment, please?
Absolutely. I withdraw and apologise. I also move the motion now be put.
Okay. We haven't had 242 against. Okay.
I started my speech saying I'm speaking against.
Okay, all those in favour of putting the motion? Okay, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey. Those against? Myself, Councillor De Luca, and I'm gathering Councillor Singh and Councillor Giltnan? Declare that carried. All right. Councillors, now we put this to the vote. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Okay. Next item is 9.1. Councillor Beaujard, are you moving as is?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hackman. Any questions from the staff on this item from any of the councillors?
I do have some questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the staff, can I ask if these designated person returns are the only returns that councillors need to present, or are there other returns they need to make, and what are they? It's that one. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, councillors need to make annual designated persons returns. They also need to make related parties returns. They also need to make gifts and benefits disclosures and some disclosures for the Electoral Commission as well, amongst other things.
Thank you very much. And through you, Madam Mayor, could you explain what are the rules for doing a gifts and benefit disclosure at a high level?
Through you, Mayor, at a high level, Council has a zero gift benefit approach. That's for gifts where a councillor would have a personal benefit. Councillors are obligated to disclose any gifts that they're offered and decline or accept, and there's a number of mechanisms within the app to make those disclosures or seek an exception to the process.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor DeLuca. Councillor DeLuca, on the 30th of the 8th, 2024, did you attend an event at Olympic Park hosted by the Manly Sea Eagles?
No.
Councillor DeLuca, why then did you claim for travel to that event?
I was invited by a charity to attend and attended actually in support of that charity.
Thank you, Councillor DeLuca. And who paid for your hospitality at that event?
There was no hospitality.
Thank you, Councillor DeLuca. No more questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that carried, unanimous. Thank you very much. 9.5, Councillor Grattan moving as is. No?
Yes, but what about item?
Oh, sorry, I've jumped,
9.4?
haven't I? Sorry, 9.4. That's Councillor Beaujard. I'll second it.
And I give notice that I have an amendment.
Yes, thank you. And I've got an amendment as well. Okay, so questions. Who's councillors who have got questions? Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, if someone from staff can answer, why are we discussing a new code of meeting practice at this strange date when we normally do it at the beginning of a term?
Through you, Chair, the New South Wales Government has issued a draft model code of conduct for all councils to consider and adopt by 31 December, or if they have not adopted that, then the mandatory provisions of that draft model code would still apply and override a council's existing code as of 1 January.
Thank you. I notice in our council we have a public forum and public address. Through you, Madam Mayor, I understand one of those is not considered by the model code. Could somebody just for clarity, just explain the difference between those two and what the model code allows for?
Through you, Chair, yes, Northern Beaches currently has a public forum where members of the public can register to speak about any topic, and then a public address where members of the community can register to speak about an item on the agenda that evening. The new the new model code proposes no forum for community members to speak about any topic. It does permit as an option a public forum, but that in this model code is defined as where community members can register to speak about a particular item, and it can no longer be held as part of the council meeting. It needs to be held before the council meeting.
Thank you. No more questions.
Councillor Grattan, you had your light on. It's a question.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So regarding the public forum, if we were to host it on the same day as our council meeting, prior to the meeting, given the other changes, at what time would that meeting need to be held to meet the requirements under the new code?
Through you, Chair, Council would need to consider an appropriately early time period to start it, given that on any given occasion, it's proposed that up to 2 speakers for and against any item on the agenda could register to speak, and it would need to be complete for the council meeting to commence at a fixed time as per the order of business in the Code of Meeting Practice. So council would need to determine an appropriately early time for that to either be completed or have to be cut off and some members not speak in order to start the council meeting at a time.
That might be 4 p.m. or something like that if we were to give enough time, theoretically.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So given that, what's the rationale for moving the forum to the week prior to the meeting, and also to move the papers to 2 weeks prior to the meeting?
Through you, Chair. So the intent of the papers being available 2 weeks before the meeting would be to give the community 1 week to review the papers before they speak, and then for councillors to have a second week to review the papers and ask any questions or consider what community members had said in that forum before they considered it at a council meeting.
Oh, there we go. Have we estimated what the annual cost of running a forum on a separate evening would be, as per some of the comments earlier this evening?
Through you, Chair, we haven't estimated the cost. However, at present, councillors attend council in addition to the council meeting on 2 other Tuesday nights for briefings at the moment, which need to be reviewed as pre-council meeting briefings are prohibited under the new Code of Meeting Practice. So there would be an offset in the current event, that is catering and attendance of councillors, that would be occurring in the new code, which could be used to cover this cost if a forum were to be held on a second evening. It would take up one of those nights that currently occupy a briefing for councillors.
So marginal in all likelihood.
Yes.
Okay, I have up next Councillor Glanville and then Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, noting that the councillors under the proposed terms would be here on an additional evening of the month, is there anything under the new code of, as dictated by the state government, that would prohibit the meeting dealing with business at that meeting? So there's generally an awareness that we need to get the meeting times at a more manageable level. Would it be possible, or what restrictions and limitations would exist for us dealing with some of the business at that meeting and splitting the business over 2 evenings?
Through you, Chair, the model code of meeting practice does not contemplate a splitting of a council meeting over multiple sessions. There's an order of business and we need to advertise a fixed date and start time for a council meeting.
Okay, Councillor De Luca and then Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Questions? Yeah.
So my question is directed to the General Manager. Is it not the case that you told me quite some time ago that to address problems in the public gallery that you recommended not having a public forum or moving it to another night?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't recall it, Councillor De Luca, no.
I can recall that you did so, and I've got the date in the file note if you would like me to refer that to you. So does the Code of Meeting Practice direct that public forums be held on another night?
Through you, Chair, no it doesn't. The model code just stipulates it needs to be before outside the meeting, but doesn't stipulate when.
Is it not the case that Randwick City Council and other councils have not made any changes except to declare that their public forums will be held before the council meeting, it will be opened and then closed before the council meeting on the same night?
Through you, Chair, whilst I'm not aware of other councils, that sounds like it would align with the model code. It simply says before the meeting, it doesn't stipulate when.
In relation to the concerns of residents that there will be additional expenditure, it was noted that there will be catering for councillors and staff. Will staff attract any overtime if they're not senior executive staff?
Through you, Chair, there would not be overtime attracted. It would seem it would be no different to the current arrangement where managers are asked to attend particular briefings to councillors on those 2 other weeks of the month. We would consider it would mimic what one of those briefings cost and arrangements are that are currently undertaken that can't be in the new code.
So what about non-senior staff such as IT behind me, governance in front of me, and the rangers that have attended, as well as the catering building management staff?
Through you, Chair, so catering would be as is. There is a need to catering staff and catering costs would remain as per a briefing night. The forum would need to be live streamed. Briefings are currently not live streamed. The forum does not require a minuteering, so we'd be looking at what staff resourcing is required as opposed to what's for a meeting.
Thank you for the answer. So staffing would be required by way of IT to run the YouTube, etc., the live streaming?
Through you, Chair, yes, I would envisage that.
In relation to your comment, rightly so, that briefings are now prohibited, why then has the calendar invites been sent out for the next year for workshops instead of briefings, and is that not just a way to circumvent the prohibition on briefings?
Through you, Chair, so there was an existing series of calendar invitations in councillors' calendars, I understand, and there was an administrative change to the title of them to workshops to maintain placeholders. However, I can confirm that we intend to fully comply with the model code requirements, and next year's calendar will be adjusted as the code is adopted and it is clear what and if any workshops might occur what forum may occur and when it occurs, separate to the council meeting that's considered under the schedule in the report tonight.
So will those workshops that seek to replace the briefings and clearly circumvent the intent of the minister's reforms be cancelled?
Through you, Chair, so I do envisage the current placeholder invites will be changed and updated. We are only taking guidance from OLG at the moment, where they've given examples of what a strategic workshop for councillors would be, which is an example of where councillors are talking long-term planning, councillors are providing feedback as opposed to staff briefing or other such matters. We'll take their guidance on what circumstances might be appropriate for a workshop to be held and then adjust to that.
And the ICAC's recommendations and the Office of Local Government's decision was to have any such gatherings in the public realm to prevent corrupt conduct and adverse influence by staff or others. So therefore, if you are going to have a workshop or whatever you're renaming it, will you assure our community that they will be in full public view?
Through you, Chair. So we understand from what the Minister has said and what the OLG has said is that any matters concerning anything that's the decision of council have to happen in the chambers at a council meeting. Whether you live stream or make it public, you still can't have a separate session to discuss such matters. The intent from the Minister is that anything like that has to happen within the council meeting. So any kind of strategic workshop or training session does not relate to decisions of council and as such would not be a public forum or would not have public or live streaming because it is not allowed to contain anything that's for public decision making.
Okay, I have one more and then I might move on to, I've got an addition and I know Councillor De Luca has an amendment that is flagged. Councillor Causey, question?
Yes, I've just got two questions. So with the, whilst we couldn't split a meeting over two sessions, presumably we could have two separate meetings with presumably shorter agendas rather than the one long meeting.
Through you, Chair, the model code doesn't stipulate the frequency. It just sets out how it must be advertised and a fixed time and a fixed order of business. Council can ultimately determine the frequency, but there must be a minimum of 10 ordinary council meetings per year to meet their requirements.
And I'm just the terminology gets a bit confusing. So our current public address is what the government is calling a forum. Is it possible for us to hold what we currently call a forum in association with, what we now call a forum with the new forum, whether it's before a meeting, immediately before, or it's on another date?
Through you, Chair. So the model code doesn't contemplate any community function where community members speak to any topic they like. However, council can determine separately outside of the council meeting and code of meeting practice how it may wish to engage with the community through other means, but it's no longer a part of this government process.
And so the forum isn't part of our meeting, will not be part of our normal council meeting, and we could put together community feedback on any issue and, general issue as well as issues on the agenda, but they would be separate. That would be separate from the actual meeting, the council meeting.
Through you, Chair, the government has stipulated that if we choose to have a forum before the meeting, it can only relate to items on the agenda. However, outside of this process, council can, of course, determine how it would like to engage with the community separately, but it is no longer part of either the forum they've stipulated before the meeting or the meeting itself.
Thanks.
Okay, if no one else has any questions, Councillor Bourgeard, I would actually like your approval for an addition, please, which I did send out to all the councillors.
Yes, I have one as well, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, so we could probably stick them both together and
All
create
right.
a monster motion. I believe governance has both of those.
All right, well, we're moving into debate now. So as the mover, Councillor Beaujard.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the additions to appear, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's my addition.
You happy with that as a seconder? Yep. Cool.
Okay, if we can just fix that numbering up, because that's a bit how you're going.
We'll let them do that. 1, 2, 2, 5, 9. Right.
All right, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you,
As the
Madam
mover.
Mayor. A draft code of meeting practice was always going to create some conversations. At the moment, we have a public forum and we have a public address. Feedback I've received from the community is there are community members scared to come to council to address us. I understand the sentiment over the rate rise. I understand the passion in the community. I support it too. But when members of our community say they're scared to address council, it does open people's eyes. At the moment, we do briefings. Every Tuesday, councillors get together to sit with staff, to learn about items on the agenda and to ask the dumb questions. It's so we can read and understand the matters and make the best decision we can for the people of the Northern Beaches. That understanding is really important. And most councillors go to those sessions, maybe apart from a specific one. But those briefings are happening, they're teaching us about things, and we have time to consider the items and work out the important decisions we're going to make on the night. When we talk about a public forum happening a week before, I hear the concerns that those discussions won't happen with the immediacy of a council meeting. And I counter that by saying those discussions will actually happen. We can hear them, we can think about them. Quite often I hear things from the public that make me take pause and make me think about how I'm trying to vote, but I don't have the opportunity to research the issue, I don't have the opportunity to ask staff, and I don't have the opportunity to make the best decision I can. I think a gap between the two helps us make better decisions. You'll note that I've also added an addition around truth. I was dismayed when I read the new Code of Meeting Practice to note there's nothing in there encouraging councillors to tell the truth in council meetings. I think the public would think we should be telling the truth the whole time. Yeah, I've sat in council meetings and heard stories then repeated on the radio about 10,000 conflicts in the country. If you read the Wikipedia article, it wasn't 10,000 conflicts, it was 8, but 10,000 people were involved. It's that type of interaction which means sometimes we need to correct the public record. So it's just a reminder to councillors that if we want to inform the chamber that someone may have inadvertently misled the chamber, we can fix that through a notice of motion. And boy, did that get amended by staff when I came up with it. So I commend the draft code. I'm disappointed about the briefings. I don't know where the Minister for Local Government is coming from there, but overall I think the code as written will give us a better outcome at the end of the day.
Thank you. As a seconder, I'll just hop in here. Last Friday morning, I was online with 380 of my closest friends of councils around New South Wales. I can honestly say that it feels like every council is reeling from this proposed code of meeting practice because all councils run their councils differently. And whether it's rural, regional or a city council, it feels to me like everyone is extremely uncomfortable because they've worked out what works for their community. Some of this code of meeting practice is actually enforced by law on us. Some of it is optional, but a lot of it makes us very uncomfortable. And I'll even just reading the country mayor's commentary on the new council meeting rule book as it's worded here, they're not happy that briefing sessions have been banned. They acknowledge the minister's focus on transparency. It was widespread view that councillors are not experts in all areas and should be able to receive briefings and have questions to actually help them make informed decision making. And that's what we're here for. We're here to make informed decisions. We are not experts on the many things that are given to us in an agenda. At briefings, it's our ability to ask those questions to make sure that we understand what we're actually voting on. I understand that we have to now, under this new code, every question that we ask will be made public. That's great, but for some of us, especially when you think of the difference of experience around every council, it's quite different. For every councillor, their level of understanding, whether it's planning, whether it's environment, whether it's transport, all of those things need people who are experts in those fields. So I do, that's why I really have added item 3 and 4, that we write to the Minister for Local Government. I know that many mayors have already had meetings with Minister Honig, and also that we put forward a motion to the Local Government Conference. It's been very quiet about that conference. There may already be a whole heap of other councils already have put in a motion, but just in case, ours is there as well, because we know that this is going to be a hot topic next month. Okay, after that, next person up was Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we've already noted that this change is being driven by the New South Wales Government. Most provisions of its new model code we're actually obliged to adopt. So to a certain extent, the changes we can make are fiddling around the edges. However, we have some significant decisions to make in terms of how public consultation will be carried out, when we meet and how. The government has made a great show of increasing transparency, integrity and public participation with its new draft code of council meeting practice. With the aim of opening them up to the public, it's banned closed briefings, providing that items on meeting agendas and information provided in response to individual councillors' questions must be circulated to all. I'd simply note here that every MP in the state has private briefings that aren't open to members of the public. With the aim of opening up these, however, in a move that flies in the face of its goal of public participation, the public forum in which residents address councillors about issues on the agenda will no longer be permitted as part of council meetings. Neither will be allowed to provide the community with an opportunity to raise other issues in speeches to council during a meeting. Now, on a related topic, I applaud our CEO for his recommendation to set a hard time limit for council meetings of 10:30 p.m. This is an OH&S issue. I believe a 5.5-hour meeting finishing at 11:30 at night with only a 10-minute break does not encourage good decision making. But this creates a dilemma for us regarding the format of meetings. With our current public address and public forum taking up about an hour or more at the start of meetings, one way of setting up a new public forum is in a separate meeting held the Tuesday before our council meeting. So we've discussed this. We could then potentially host other meetings, perhaps ward-based, at other times where residents can relay their general concerns to councillors and staff. However, I don't support this format. Whilst we're forced to hold the public forum as a separate meeting, I believe this should be done on the same night as the rest of the meeting. Otherwise, speeches by members of the community will be less present in the minds of councillors at the time of the vote the following week. I'm also concerned about whether or not we'll get all councillors here to hear the discussion. I'm also not a fan of the government's proposal allowing mayors to eject councillors and dock pay for code contraventions. I do not believe that our mayor would use that as a political tool, but a full council vote on such issues would provide a safeguard. I've only touched on a few of the issues at stake here, but encourage all residents to have their say on this new code.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville and then Councillor DeLuca. I think you also had an addition, but Councillor Glanville?
And questions.
Thank you. I want to speak against the draft code of meeting practice, and I appreciate that we have to have one and this is being foisted upon us. So the futility of protest voting in the circumstances is what it is, but these amendments, as have been foisted upon us and some of how we've interpreted it, frankly suck. The ban on briefings is such an overreach in terms of how council operates. I would be happy for there to be greater transparency on what happens at briefings. Some councils in the past have live streamed briefings. I'd be quite happy for all material to be provided to the public, but the briefings are really useful to have an explanation from staff on the matters that will be coming to the agenda. And so it is unfortunate and disappointing that those will be banned under the new code. I'm extremely concerned about the removal of public forum and address from the day of the meeting. In general, over this term and the previous term, while I haven't always agreed with speeches from the public, for the most part, I think that members of the public take seriously the opportunity that they're given to address the council. And it's not an opportunity given at other levels of government. I think it's something that's quite rare and quite special that residents do have that opportunity to speak to us directly as decision makers. So I'm very concerned about moving it to another evening, and that the ability for members of the public to raise more general issues in address would be removed under the proposed provisions. There's a number of little gremlins in there that are frankly out of line with modern standards. For example, the changes to teleconference attendance for councillors limits the ability of councillors to attend via online means only for health and unforeseen caring responsibilities. This is very contrary to, I think, modern workplace standards that recognise that people have foreseen caring responsibilities. All of my caring responsibilities are entirely predictable. I have 2 young children. There's nothing unforeseen about the care that they require. Many councillors have other jobs, some of them highfalutin, and that requires travel, and I think that this disenfranchises them from attending unless they can find a foreign doctor to forge a medical note for them, which is ridiculous. If they're in the modern workplace, people attend by teleconference. There's parts of this code that I think is quite chilling to democracy. It proposes to remove the ability of the members of the public to bring signs. Again, that's not something that the staff have proposed. It's what the state government is foisting upon us. But I personally consider that contrary to the democratic rights of citizens to engage in political expression. In short, this model code sucks. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor Glanville. Councillor DeLuca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to clauses 2 and 3 of your amendment, which has been accepted as part of the motion, could you please elucidate on the statement seeking reconsideration and further discussion on some of the new provisions? Which provisions are you referring to and why?
The provisions that I certainly hear a lot about, and I've been speaking to other mayors, but I mean, there's so many. If I go back to the country and regional mayors, exactly what Councillor Glanville said about the ability to join online for the large regional councils. They do a lot of travelling just to try and get to their council town hall. Knowing full well that this is yet again a state government one size fits all and trying to shove us all into it, I just think we need to have some more collaboration. I'm very happy to go in and have a chat, as many other mayors have already tried, to express how they feel about this, but there are certain parts, for example, travel, making us force. There are some councils that tried public forums in the past and now don't even have them. We know for our large council, public forum and council public address works well, but being told what we can and can't do Or if we fit it all in on the same day, it'll mean that public address possibly starts at 4 p.m, so that we then go to 10:30 p.m. But that won't be fair to the community, many of whom who work or have child pickup. So it's trying to make sure that this idea of trying to force us into this doesn't sit well, and that would be the parts that I would definitely like to discuss further.
So is that the only part? Because there are significant issues such as the timing of the public forum, whereby the government have made it clear that you can have a public forum at whatever time you want. You just have to open it and close it. So what are the other key issues? Because we're in number 4, you're proposing to submit a notice of motion to the Local Government Association's annual conference.
Yes.
So there just needs to be more specificity, and I think outline exactly what you're going to submit. Councillor Causey mentioned the powers of the Mayor to eject. Now, in budget estimates this year, the Greens shadow spokesperson or spokesperson for local government pointed to the abuse by mayors and the unfairness by mayors of ejecting councillors, particularly minority councillors, and those ejections being upheld because they had the party numbers on council to eject councillors on frivolous and vexatious grounds. So you're taking that up.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. I'll actually address that. I honestly believe that this gives mayors too much power.
So
I think it's
that up?
ridiculous that people have to stand up when the mayor walks in.
Unless
I
you
think
have a
it'll all
medical
depend on the mayor that you've got, and this could be a very dangerous precedent for in the future.
And in relation to concerns raised at the Budget Estimates Committee regarding a Privileges Committee, will you be raising that issue as well?
Sorry, Councillor De Luca, I don't know which issue you're talking about.
The Privileges Committee. So the Minister
I wasn't listening to the Privileges Committee, sorry.
No. The Minister is proposing that a Privileges Committee be instigated to discipline councillors upon a complaint. Are you going to address that?
I'll have to take that offline and understand it a bit further.
So
You're asking me about something that I don't know anything about.
So that's why I'm just concerned about the generalisation of this motion when that is a serious issue whereby unelected officials can be disciplining councillors at a council by an appointment to a Privileges Committee. So the Minister has directed that there be a Privileges Committee to consider complaints about councillors. That is a significant issue that I think should be advocated for against. So you're happy to take that on?
It's probably a different issue, but what I will say is that before any letter goes out, it will be circulated to the councillors for feedback. Okay.
Thank you. So just then, further to the comments already, can we please confirm that in the absence of having a briefing actual meeting, that briefing notes can still be issued to councillors and that councillors can ring the respective author of those briefing notes?
So are you in debate, or we've gone back to questions?
No, I'm asking a question in accordance with clause...
We've already moved on past...
At 10.19, because there was an amendment, I'm asking this, and in accordance with clause 10.19 of the Code of Meeting Practice, I'm entitled to do so. So my question is to the General Manager, could you please confirm that should the Code of Practice continue, and at the present time it's going to continue based on the mandatory terms, will briefing notes on issues be provided by council's management, and can councillors seek advice on such briefing notes?
Through you, Chair, we understand that any information provided on things that will be considered or as a decision of council would need to be shared with all councillors and the public and connected to the business papers. The model code suggests from memory that any information provided, if like there is a question from a councillor and response is provided, that similarly needs to be shared across councillors and the public also, so that at the point of the council meeting, the public has access, with the exception of confidential matters, the public has access to all information that any councillor has been provided on that particular report.
And it is still okay that councillors ask, even prior to a meeting, questions in relation to any briefing or any matter on the council agenda?
Through you, Chair, we understand that staff are to provide written responses that are to be shared and made public, I believe.
Thank you. Can I move my amendment now, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So I would like to include your clause 1. And then delete any reference to changing the date and time of the public forum to ensure that it continues to be held prior to the council meeting. 3, insert where applicable that the community considers whether it wants 2 ordinary council meetings per month instead of 1, similar to what Councillor Causey raised. 4, note that briefings are now prohibited and that council's management trying to circumvent that prohibition by renaming
Point of order, Madam. In relation to item number 4, through you, can we please get advice from staff as to whether that would be out of order given that it imputes an improper motive from the staff?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's staff advice that item 4 is out of order for that reason.
Okay, I'm happy to withdraw number 4 based on your undertakings earlier that you will not be continuing with workshops unless they are for strategic purposes. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, for clarity, we will ensure that we abide by the new Code of Meeting Practice.
And ethical standards?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we will abide by the new Code of Meeting Practice as it has been presented.
And I'm happy to include 3 and 4 of Mayor Hines' amendment based on the undertaking that the letter will be circulated. In relation to number 2 about misleading the chamber, I refer to the Minister's actual statement in budget estimates on 28th of February that the Code of Meeting Practice will be designed to bring it into the same standing orders of the New South Wales Legislative Assembly, which means that a Member of Parliament, so therefore a councillor, can raise a point of order on misleading. And I would also comment and observe that under the current meeting practice, if there is clear evidence of misleading, it can be brought up under clause 16.11. So I will therefore move that amendment and then speak on it.
A seconder? Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In speaking to this motion, it is clear that there is no direction from the Minister for Local Government to change the night of a council meeting or a public forum. All that has been directed is that a public forum must have a set time of opening and closing, and that a council meeting must have, as we all know, pursuant to the Local Government Act, a set time for opening and now a set time for closing. Therefore, it is quite within the powers of this council to resolve to have a public forum on the same night as the council meeting. Thus, why I have put clause 2. We have already heard from our community that they wish to have the public forum on the same night that when we as councillors make decisions, and that is appropriate. In relation to, I think, going for consultation on 2 council meetings a month, even the former Pittwater Council, which was a lot smaller than Warringah Council of the day, and Manly Council, similarly, which was smaller, had 2 council meetings a month. I thought it did. It had committee as well as a council meeting. It did have committees, standing committees. And therefore, I do think it is worth looking and consulting the community in relation to having 2 council meetings a month. I agree with the comments of the Greens Party councillors that by having the forum on another night does take away the gravitas. It also discourages people from attending the actual council meeting. And I don't think that is in the public interest. I reject the claim that people are too scared to attend the public forum as is, and I have not seen any evidence whatsoever of that. And such serious allegations should be presented with evidence. In relation to some of the other clauses already canvassed by Councillor Hines and myself, I think they are ridiculous. I do note that Minister Honig did seek to reform for good, and while some of those amendments are good, there are a lot that are not in the public's interest.
Okay, I've got a bit of a list here. Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I'm going to vote against this amendment. Well, I was going to speak to the original motion where I concur that the Code of Meeting Practice, what do we call it? We said it sucks. I think
You may
that
quote me on that.
I think I'm going to quote Councillor Glanville on that, and I think we would agree. There are a lot of problems with it, briefings, lack of accessibility with the changes to dialing in and so forth. I don't, having looked at the times of what the public forum would have to have a 4 o'clock meeting would require leaving an office at 3 p.m, not just for working councillors, but also for the community who are working. And I do think that disenfranchises a large part of the community and those with children who are picking up from school and so forth. And whilst it's obviously a complete pain in the neck. But for me, I would prefer, it would be more suitable for me and many of the residents I represent to have it on the separate night, so at least you could have it after work and not disenfranchise that community. I also disagree with the 2 meetings a month. I think we were just talking about the costs and potential costs of an additional forum. If we've got another full meeting twice a month, I just don't think we need to put that those hours on the large number of staff that you can see around the room here, and it's sort of a drain on everybody's energy and process to do that twice a month, rather doubling the amount of times you've got to review sets of papers, doubling the amount of time, things have to be printed, the papers, the environmental impact. I just think we're better off sticking to the 1 meeting a month. We will need, I do recommend councillors choose to vote for either the amendment or the original motion rather than against. both, because if we don't, we're going to end up with the model code on the 1st of January as printed, without even the small improvements that we were able to make in the green font in the draft that we have before us. So, yep, code of meeting practice sucks. Let's choose which way we want to go on the public forum, either as a separate day or at 4 o'clock, and disfranchising a large amount of our community.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we are voting to put this out to community consultation. All councils were told that everyone has to put theirs out in October. It comes back in November, and then we all have to vote it through in December, because it all starts on the 1st of January. Just putting it out there for information. Councillor Causey, you're next.
Oh, great, thanks. Look, I'll just begin by saying I've been advocating for 2 meetings a month since I joined the council 4 years ago. Pittwater Council did have 2 meetings a month. It was a smaller council, but at that point they were also considering DAs. But the issue there now is that we now have, 3 councils coordinated into one, and so there's way more business that we're considering every month, and there has been, and for the last 4 years I've been going to meetings that are lasting so late that it's ridiculous. So I do support 2 meetings per month, but as the Mayor's just said, we are voting to put this out on public exhibition, and I imagine community members who support that proposal would be able to mention that anyway. And as also regarding the 2 meetings per month, I would say, what price democracy? I think Conservative politicians are always very keen to cut funds for everything they possibly can. But in this situation, for a start, the business papers are going to be half the size each month, presumably. So we're not going to be having extra time and extra paper printed. And it's time that has to be put in at one point or the other anyway. It just simply means that we would have better decision making rather than making decisions at 10:30 at night, hopefully.
Councillor, can I just clarify, are you voting for or against this amendment?
I'm voting against it because I think that the, what's being put on public exhibition will account for that point anyway. But yes, and I do think we need the reference to the date and time as a consideration. So, yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to Councillor De Luca in relation to bullet point 3. Would you consider clarifying what action is meant to be taken? Because I think there's an ambiguity as to whether your intention is an extra question on the Have Your Say page when residents fill in the feedback form, or whether the intention is to insert some sort of option into the code of meeting practice itself. I think it just needs to be clarified, the intention a little bit more clearly.
Thanks, Councillor Glanville. The insertion, where applicable, was to just undertake community consultation on whether they would prefer us to meet once a month or twice a month and have 2 ordinary meetings or 1. So if you wish to seek to define that, insert or have, if you just want to have it on the Your Say page as an additional, that consultation be undertaken as to whether the community considers whether it wants 2 ordinary meetings per month instead of 1.
I think I'm happy for you to propose some wording to that effect. I don't want to wordsmith your amendment.
But that's what I just said. So that community consultation be undertaken as part of the exhibition, public exhibition, sorry. As to whether the community considers 2 ordinary council meetings or 1 should be held per month.
Shouldn't it kind of say as part of community consultation? Because we're already voting to put this out to community consultation.
It's just got to have the public exhibition as part of the public exhibition. So you can take out undertake community consultation and leave it as part of the public exhibition, the community be asked as to whether it wants 2 ordinary meetings per month instead of 1. Wants. Is that helpful, Councillor Glanville?
Thank you. I think that does clarify the ambiguity that I raised.
Okay, and again, I'm just going to clarify, were you speaking for or against this? I mean, I know that we're all a bit on the nose about the whole thing, but just want to clarify your commentary here.
I mean, it was more of a question than a commentary one way or another, but if you need me to pick a camp, I guess for.
Okay. Next person up, Councillor Beaujard.
Can I seek a couple of items of clarification from staff? I'm really sorry. I just want to make sure what I say is still in order. It's a really quick question. At the end of the last meeting, I raised a GIPA request. I've received the results of that GIPA request. Are those results in the public domain, i.e. may I share and talk about them?
Through you, Chair, I believe we'd need to consider the individual matters as to whether it's in the public interest to you, for you to be able to share it as was provided to you. I think there's legal positions that it doesn't automatically mean it's open to the public. It needs to be considered on a case-by-case basis through some court decisions.
Okay, can I ask that staff consider that and give me an answer on notice?
Yes, noted.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we put this amendment to the vote? All those in favour?
Sorry, can I just speak further based on some of the questions and observations that have been made?
As long as it's quick,
Point
Councillor
of order,
DeLuca.
Madam Mayor. I don't believe Councillor DeLuca has a right to reply from an amendment.
That's fine, but as long as
your
it's
discretion.
quick. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to qualify and clarify that Clause 3, it is not a decisive matter. It is merely for consultation. As pointed out earlier, and I think it is important that all councillors be aware that this is for consultation only. We are not making a decision tonight.
I suppose I've got one question, even though I'm going to bite myself for asking an extra question. Before I put this to the vote for clarification for my own mind, when we go out to public consultation, is there any part of the consultation that lets people write what they actually think, or is it a ticker box exercise where it's either or?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the community is free to express its view in its own form if it wishes. It's not obliged to only answer specific questions of council.
Okay.
And
Is
just
there like
further,
a text form?
further to
text
that
box?
question, if a substantive proposal were to come in and a substantive motion for a significant change, is it not the case that it has to be then reconsulted? If it's minor, it doesn't. If it's major, it does.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That would be a matter for the council.
But is that not required by the legislation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council would need to turn its mind to whether it considers it necessary to re-exhibit based on the circumstances of the case.
Okay, with that, we're going to put this to the vote, the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost and go back to the original. If we can
And I'd
put
like
this-
to speak on that.
Sorry?
I'd like to speak on that, please. The original substantive motion.
Okay, which means that Councillor Beaujard, as the original mover, gets to speak first. Oh, sorry, has the right to reply.
Can I just clarify on the order we're doing things? I have the right to reply, then we'll go straight to the vote. Is that correct?
No, I'll let Councillor DeLuca go first and then you can
Why
have
don't
your
we let
right.
Councillor DeLuca speak first?
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I am concerned that this motion lacks specificity, as I've stated earlier, and I do have concerns that if significant proposals come in from residents and then they are subsequently moved in accordance with past practice and procedure, we have always been told if it's a significant change, it has to go out for further consultation, hence why I moved the amendment like I did. I quote from the Budget Estimates Committee on 28th of February 2025, whereby Minister Honig stated, "I'm going to free up councillors to enable them to be able to freely participate in a robust democratic system in council. I'm going to apply similar standards of language that apply in the standing orders in the Legislative Assembly. The system is just completely broken. The provisions in the code are inconsistent with the right of freedom to legal communication. The state can't legislate to take those rights away, yet councils are continuing to try and silence democratic councillors by weaponising these ridiculous complaints." End quote. Some parts of the Code of Meeting Practice are an advance. Other parts are not. I note commentary by our community that council meetings would not be going for so long if we dealt with local issues. We should not be debating issues like Palestine or nuclear weapons. Our community has made that clear. So to use an excuse that council meetings are going for so long, we as councillors need to show restraint and adhere to the intent of the Local Government Act, but also to what the great majority in our community want. In relation to attendance via Zoom and other forms, I am not convinced that this is being used with good faith in past. I'm not saying everyone is misusing it. I know Councillor Beaujard has zoomed in on numerous meetings, but in my mind he has participated to some degree. This will stop councillors from across the state from being able to participate. It does concern me that it conveys powers upon a mayor to eject, and when the minister was questioned about that, he said, "Oh, well, you can move a motion of dissent." But as we have seen in this very chamber,
motions of dissent have been voted down in the past on party lines, and the same would happen at other councils as well. So this is fraught with danger, and I think it does need complete review.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard, your right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's interesting that the councillor that doesn't really want briefings anymore doesn't seem to attend very many of them. In fact, I don't think I've seen him at one since I...
Point of order.
Councillor De Luca, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that it has been made loud and clear that the reason why I do not attend briefings is due to the bullying and harassment that I have sustained. One only has to look at the bullying and harassment in this chamber by certain members of your party. Why would I attend a casual briefing when it's even worse?
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. I do not accept those allegations, but please just move on, Councillor Beaujard, without making any personal references.
I will try not to make any more personal references, Madam Mayor, thank you. This code of meeting practice is going out to exhibition. As everyone's heard tonight, there are parts of the community which don't agree with bits of it. There's councillors that don't agree with bits of it. The whole point of taking something to public exhibition is to get feedback from the community. We're going to listen to what they say, and we'll decide what we put in and what we can put in as a code of meeting practice to govern this. I think it's important that everybody realises that our code of meeting practice is designed to make this system as democratic as we possibly can. While we may not agree with some of the comments or decisions by Minister Hoenig, he, I believe, in good faith, is trying to make councils as democratic as he can. Adherence to the code is critical. And Councillor De Luca mentioned the fact that we can use the standing orders in the New South Wales Parliament, or indeed Clause 16 from our own Code of Meeting Practice, were someone to mislead the chamber. I will point out that we're not all geniuses, and we don't sometimes know if somebody's misled until we actually go and do some research afterwards. The point of a notice of motion later, now that we put all our meetings on YouTube and the transcript is fully available to the public, is to make sure we have a true record and we're talking as much as we can the truth as we move forward. This motion stops us having to adopt, well, it's part of the process that stops us having to automatically adopt the model code and regain some control over our own destiny. I commend this motion to the chamber.
Okay, with that, I'll put this motion forward. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. Declare that lost. Procedural motion now. It's carried. Procedural motion now that we... Yes, I know. I'm moving on now to a procedural motion that we take a break at 8:38 p.m. for 10 minutes. Or procedural motion declared carried. See you back here at 8. Item 9.5, Councillor Grattan, are you moving as is?
Yes.
And seconded by Councillor Robins. Any questions from any staff? Okay, Councillor Grattan as the mover.
Thank you. Just to give some assurance to all the councillors around the table, the financial statements come to a special meeting of the Audit Risk Improvement Committee, where I think it's fair to say the numbers are interrogated by the independent members and myself, and we test every single assumption that's in there. We've got ARIC members who've got accounting and audit backgrounds, and they're put through a rigorous process. So given that, I'm happy to endorse these and sign the financial statements to be referred to the auditor. And this will be my last year as an ARIC councillor. I've now stepped down from the ARIC. So after 8 years, this will be, I think this is the 8th year I've signed the financial statements, so it's time for someone else to have a go. So I can endorse this paper to the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Robins, anything to add? With that, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Bingham, are you moving as is? I think you were adding a nominated councillor in this one.
Yes, that's right. I'm nominating.
The previous councillor who was on it last, or this current 12 months.
I knew all the time. Councillor Granville. I have great pleasure in nominating Councillor Granville.
I have an amendment.
Okay, any other questions? And we need a seconder for Councillor Hackman. Share it around. Okay, anyone have any other questions before we move to an amendment? Okay, Councillor De Luca.
If governance could bring it up on the screen, please.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
So my amendment is 1, note with concern that in the New South Wales Public Service, as well as the corporate world, an employee does not have the ability to nominate a representative to participate in their performance review. 2, write to the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig MP, requesting that the Office of Local Government remove any provision that enables a General Manager of a council to select their own representative on their own performance review panel. 3, call upon the Minister for Local Government to introduce a salary scale, the same as that for the New South Wales Public Service and Senior Executive Service, to prevent council executives from being paid in excess of community expectations and more than many government officials and elective office holders. 4, note the statements of the Minister for Local Government in the Budget Estimates Committee that General Managers of Council should not be titling themselves Chief Executive Officer and that they have no executive powers. 5, resolve the composition of Mr Scott Phillips's performance review panel to consist of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, 1 nominated councillor and Mr Phillips's nominee, Mr Gilton, pending any changes as proposed in Clause 2 above through to July 2026.
And seconded by Councillor Singh. Okay, any questions of the staff on this amendment? Okay, as the mover, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. As we heard from our community tonight, they are concerned with the way panels and performance reviews are undertaken. As stated in the motion, in the corporate world as well as at state government level and federal government level, an employee does not get to nominate a representative on to their own performance review panel. It's an inherent conflict of interest. It puts a lot of pressure on
the nominee, but it is just fundamentally wrong. The community also spoke tonight of their concern in relation to the salary of general managers across the state. And there has been much commentary on that. And there was a report commissioned to try, similarly, to seek that it be brought in line with the New South Wales Public Service and what ministers of the Crown and the Premier are on. The current minister rejected that report and said that because so many general managers had written in opposing it, again, an inherent conflict of interest, that it would not go forward. It is essential that we meet community expectations, and it is essential that we ensure that there be no perception of conflicts of interest on these panels. I would prefer to go back to where the full council undertakes a performance review, because having a small number does not necessarily represent the views of the entire council, and minority councillors particularly, their views are not heard nor are they properly documented. Tonight we have a performance review before us, and yet I believe some are not in a position to properly do that because of a lack of documentation. So I do think the system needs reform. I think it needs to be more transparent, but importantly, inherent conflicts of interest taken out. I'd love to be able to dictate and nominate someone for my performance panel in the real world, but that doesn't happen. So I think we just need to get in touch with the real world and also ensure that community expectations as to salaries are exceeded to. And it doesn't matter, you keep going on, some people here about benchmarking with other councils. The whole system is broken and we need to ensure that it is fixed.
Okay, thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Singh, do you have anything to add?
No, Madam Mayor. I agree with Mr. Vincent De Luca. I have sent a number of council requests and attached to Mr. Scott Phillips as well. I never received a response from even one email. I'm not sure why. Never responded by the normally Liz. I never received any confirmation from you. You received. There's a community out there from Newport. They requested to send it to you, and I sent it back in March. So my question: why don't you respond to that emails?
Okay, can we have a response from the CEO further afterwards between the two of you? Because I'm gathering
please, yeah.
there's something
I really humbly
there that's...
requested because
Okay.
I've been discrimination. I don't know why, and none of them have council request. I only can see number of councillor requested to council request. They received straight away answer. Why me? Is any particular, because I'm from different country or different person?
Sorry, point of order that through you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Glanville, what's your point of order? You have to stop Councillor Singh for a second.
It imputes an improper motive as much as I suggested that be withdrawn.
Okay. Councillor Singh, it might be prudent to be careful with your words because, as you know, anything could be happening until you actually ask and talk and find out.
Sure.
It might not be anything other than a filter or something. I don't know.
Okay, sure, Madam Mayor.
All right. Okay. Next person I had up was Councillor Beaujard, then Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against this amendment fairly briefly. Item 1, I've worked in the corporate world most of my career. In the corporate world, we have a thing called the 360 review. 360 reviews involve you being reviewed by your management, your peers and your subordinates. You get to choose a lot of those. It's a very common practice, so I can't support item 1. When we talk about item 4, well, I note the statements of the Minister for Local Government in the budget estimates. I understand that in 2017, after amalgamation, this council resolved to call the person that takes the role of General Manager the CEO. I also believe Councillor De Luca voted for that motion, so I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Look, I would also support Councillor Bojar's comments there, but and that we as a council chose to call the General Manager the CEO or to give him that title. But this point about introduce a salary scale the same as that for New South Wales Public Service, we've had this proposal come to the council before, and I believe it's inappropriate because we don't know how those salary scales would match up, you know, which jobs would be comparable to the jobs that are on council. I believe that there are, you know, if there's a need to adjust pay scales within council, I don't believe that's the way to do it. And I would just point out, despite Councillor De Luca's comments about benchmarks, we are one of the biggest councils in the state, and our CEO is paid commensurately and a fraction of what he would probably earn in the private sector. So, yeah, leave it there.
Okay, Councillor Gratian, and then Councillor Glanville.
So I was asking a question regarding whether the standard practice of having the General Manager or CEO nominate a representative for their performance review. I recall through all of the previous CEOs that has always been the case, and the advice of the independent organisation that organises the review. So I'd just like to ask about whether it is standard practice and the rationale for that.
Through you, Chair. Northern Beaches Council's resolved to follow the OLG guidelines for the appointment and oversight of general managers. I'm just having a look at that document at the moment to confirm what is stated there. Performance review panel should comprise of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, another councillor nominated by council, and a councillor nominated by the General Manager. So that's the OLG guideline document as opposed to something from this council.
Thank you, that was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville?
Just briefly in relation to item 4, and I'm speaking against the amendment. The position is that we could call Mr. Phillips' role whatever we liked. We could resolve to have him Fairy Princess Phillips, and he would be exercising a delegation as General Manager under the Act. Fortunately for Mr. Phillips, I'm not proposing to do that. All that matters is that we are ensuring that Mr. Phillips has the appropriate delegations as General Manager, so that he is exercising powers under the in accordance with that role and under the Act. But the title itself has no magical powers beyond that. There's many positions within local governments that staff exercise particular roles under the legislation. I think of some of our animal officers who exercise ranger powers because they have those delegations, but they don't necessarily have ranger in their name. They have animal education officer or whatever it is, but what matters is that Mr. Phillips and all of our staff have the appropriate delegations for their role. The name is not magical beyond that, although Fairy Princess Phillips would be a magical name.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, we already have 2 for and 3 against.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, do you want to have a last? All right, can we put? Oh, sorry. Okay, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour of putting this to the vote? It's unanimous. Okay, so now let's put this to the vote. The amendment. Okay. Oh, we're just catching up. All right. All those in favour of the amendment, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor, yep, you've got that. Declare that lost. Go back to the original motion. Okay, all those in favour? Hang on, we're just waiting for the computer to catch up. We're almost there. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Sorry?
Point of order. Given the motion that we've just put through, under 8.4 of our Code of Meeting Practice, could you now rule that Councillor De Luca refer to the CEO by his title or his name as mentioned in 8.4 of the Code?
Okay, I'll override that, Councillor Beaujard. I do think that councillors probably should have the capacity to be able to call someone CEO or general manager however they feel fit, as long as they don't call them something offensive. There you go. Whether Fairy Princess is offensive or not, we can have a bit of fun of that later. Okay. Item 9.7, Councillor De Luca, are you moving as is?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Singh. Okay, any questions of the staff?
Yes. I note that from 4th of November 2025 to 29 January 2026, approximately, I think it's 27 or 28 term deposits of council, which amount to approximately $65 million, will mature. Is that correct?
I'll trust you on the sums for the page that you're referring to. But the council is investing every week, funds in, funds out, to manage cash flow tightly and to try and get the best returns for council.
So, say next month something comes up, could council resolve to use those matured funds to a community project or community service, or does that need to be moved tonight, seeing that they're constantly rolling?
So the council, through its annual budget process, will have a look at the income that's forecast to come in for the year ahead and the cash that it's already holding and plan its projects for that year ahead. We do have 3 quarterly reviews as well, where it's a window of opportunity for the council to change what's been planned or what's forecast to come in. And we also have a number of allocations of those funds through the reserves. So council adopts restrictions and internal allocations for all of those funds. So some of them are held for future commitments and for things that will be carried out through the year. It's not something you'd resolve tonight.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Item 10.1, Councillor Beaujard, and it was seconded, someone else had, Councillor Grattan. Okay, anyone have any questions of the staff?
I do have some questions of the staff, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Could I ask, please, recently we've received really good customer satisfaction results from our customers. They've been pretty good and out of this world. What are the modalities whereby people can contact council to have things resolved for them?
If we look at just transactional, so inquiries, applications, requests, it's roughly 40% by the phone, 30% email, 20% online, and 10% face-to-face, roughly.
Right, and that's coming through our frontline staff.
Mostly, and kind of records and other areas.
Is there any other ways for a resident to raise an issue or concern?
I mean, there are through council requests.
Through their councillors.
Yeah, and also there are some other ways that people might circumvent the ways they're supposed to contact.
So thinking of those modalities we've talked about, you know, the face-to-face, the telephone, the popping into a customer service centre, the digital transactions on our website, and the councillor requests, which are most efficient?
Online, because it goes straight through to the department.
So if a resident wanted to inform council of something needed to be repaired, like a pothole or something, it's way faster for that to be done online. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's 24/7. It flows through to the department. 80% of online goes straight through to the department.
Right.
Everything else is triaged.
Okay, cool, understood. And with councillor requests, my understanding is senior staff are required to write a response back to the councillor, sometimes leading to several pages after a request. Is that correct? And through you, Madam Mayor, to whoever wants to answer. Does someone need the question again?
I think the question through to the birthday lady here is with a councillor request, someone senior ends up writing a response. And I'm kind of using the word senior as in manager-ish, knowing that there's different levels in senior.
Through you, Chair, yes, for councillor requests, a response is compiled and prepared and appropriate approval sought for the information to then be provided to the councillor.
Okay, thank you. Now, my understanding on reading the portal that we're given is since amalgamation, there's been about 6,500 councillor requests. Would that be in the ballpark, or am I missing some? And if you don't know, happy for you to take it on notice.
That does sound approximately right, but we would come back to councillors, I think, with the final figures.
Sure, and for each of those requests, as I understand it, A, it's slower to get into the system, and B, a member of staff has to write a large response to the councillor.
Slower to get into the system if it is an operational matter, as just addressed, as opposed to going directly as a work order or request. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so just for the community's benefit, if they have something fixed, it's way better to go online.
Okay, you're
than
making
to
a
do something else.
statement
I am.
now.
I'll stop. Thank you.
Yes, because you are the mover and you are the next person to speak if no one else has any questions. Okay, councillor. No. The mover hasn't had the right to even say something yet. Oh, you've got questions?
I was actually going to suggest to Councillor Beaujard that the amendment that I drafted could be an addition with his indulgence.
Okay.
Well, let's have a look at it then, shall we?
Yeah, I did email it around, but if
I
the
know,
staff
but
could
it's
pop
always
that
nice
up.
to see it on the screen, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep, I'm happy with that as an addition, Councillor Grattan. Thank you.
We probably need a 1 up the top and then 2 for the explore request.
Okay. Councillor Beaujard, would you like to kick off because we're a little bit out of order here? So as the mover, could you speak now, even though we've got an addition?
More than happy to, Madam Mayor. We are a service business. We're an enormous service business. From an asset point of view, we're the size of Woolworths. If we're on the ASX, we'd be listed in the top 20 companies in Australia if we were a company. We're not. We're a council. But what we do is we deliver service to the residents of the Northern Beaches. We deliver that service quite well. We have really good customer satisfaction scores. And that's driven by this customer experience strategy. The goal of customer experience is to deliver what people want in the quickest, fastest, most efficient way. I'm sure nobody would dissent from that opinion. Council's done a whole heap of work in improving that experience, and this strategy talks to it. The opportunities for customer experience facing us in the next 5 to 10 years are immense. There's opportunities in artificial intelligence, there's opportunities in digital delivery. We have a bunch of digital natives becoming the majority on the local beaches, Northern Beaches, looking for us to deliver a service that's delivered to them as well as state government delivers their service, as well as Netflix delivers their service, as well as anything else. This strategy is key to drive increasing customer satisfaction and increasing performance of services to our residents. It's awesome this is going out to public exhibition. I'd like our targets to be a little higher, but I'll let that go through to the keeper. So I commend this motion to the chamber.
Okay, can I just check because...
the numbering's not quite right. We need to have 1, 2, 3, 4.
And it doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. So let's just see how that works.
And
All
get
right.
rid of the colon.
Okay, as the seconder, Councillor Gratian.
Thank you. This was a great piece of work, and I always love to go through a strategy, and it was great to have the plan on a page at the front, so that was great. One of the things that struck me, though, was there were the three strategic directions: make it easy, make it seamless, make it personalised. And I felt, where is it saying make it faster? Because that's often what I hear through the community. And I had a great chat this afternoon with Mr. Kerr, and we looked through how we could go through some of the various directions and actions and outcomes, and came across the key measures. And we thought that having some key measures relating to speed and efficiency, because a lot of what we're doing with making things easy and making things seamless is actually about having a greater speed and efficiency in dealing with requests through whichever portal they come from. Secondly, I was looking at the sort of inclusivity in relation to making it easy. So it's not just about finding everything on the website, but being able to have the information in the right language, have the right in the right level of readability for different priority populations and so forth. So I thought there was something around the inclusivity of that language. Another concept that I have in my professional world is about there being no wrong door. So when someone rings up for help, you can find them the right place to go. It mightn't be within your organisation, it might be an external organisation. And so for here, there's a lot of overlap between state and local government. I'm thinking of our roads and which road's a state road and which road's a local road, as Councillor Harvey and I were having a giggle about early, which was a bit rude. So having that assistance to help pass the customer through to if you have to go and deal with Sydney Water or Ausgrid or Department of Transport or our local MPs, that there's an action in there around how we can work with other public authorities to try to make sure our customers looked after. So they were sort of 4 additional things I'd like to be included in the experience strategy before it goes on to public exhibition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
I would just wonder if Councillor Beaujard would be prepared to include another word in point 1 with speed, efficiency and effectiveness, because the old saying, more speed, less haste, I think comes into play here, where sometimes things can be done very quickly, but then they're not necessarily done as well as they could be. So, and I do get complaints from residents who sort of had something fixed, but it's not, they has to be fixed over and over again. So, yeah.
I'd like to commend Councillor Causey for her good catch there. Dead right. So let's add speed, efficiency and effectiveness. Would that be all right with you, Councillor Causey? Excellent.
Okay, with that, can we put this to the vote?
Right of reply, Madam Mayor.
Right of reply, go for it.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it
short,
brief.
please. We've got a lot to get through.
I certainly will. Looking at this strategy, we are definitely heading in the direction where the digital channels are the most efficient way to get things done through council. I commend to my peers that if somebody comes to you with something that can be fixed operationally, logging onto the website and doing it will get that done faster and quicker, and we've heard that today. For the community, accessing our digital channels even today without the delivery of this strategy will help you get things done quicker. I spent a bunch of time doing that myself. So that's my things about that. This is a great strategy which is going to form the bedrock of how we think about customer experience. I'm delighted that we've done phase 1 of our ERP rollout, which enables us to do some of these things. It's a cracking piece of work, and I commend this motion to the Chamber.
Okay, all those in favour? Declare that unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. Next one's 11.1. Okay, Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Glanville. Okay, questions of the staff? Anyone have any questions? Okay, Councillor Harvey is the mover. You're invited to speak.
Sorry, I actually have an amendment with staff, so it might be better if someone else moves and seconds. Sorry.
Why don't you put the amendment up?
Okay, if governance can get that up, please.
If it's what you put around to the councillors?
Yeah, so it's just a simple addition with some different wording for point 13 of the policy. I did have a lovely little spiel prepared about the importance of climate, but I think majority of us in this council, as well as on the Northern Beaches, are on the same page about that, so I'll skip all that. Basically, this little amendment just seeks to acknowledge that we have a lot of value in our pre-existing natural resources in terms of mitigating climate risk and change. For example, mangroves, amazing at storing carbon, amazing at protecting against floods and storms. So I just want to ensure that we're considering all those natural assets when we move forward in our climate policy. But overall, this is a lovely high-level policy, and I'm really grateful that we live and work in a council that is so proactive about these important issues. Thanks.
Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I'm proud that we're a council that has will soon adopt this as climate change policy. The majority of Northern Beaches residents recognise that climate change is one of the key challenges for our generation. And as Keela Lam said in public address, the money that we spend in implementing climate mitigation and adaptation measures has a dividend. The money that we spend implementing this is a saving to the council in the long term. To rebut some of the commentary from the floor around rates, roads and rubbish, I mean, when I talk to the roads team, one of the challenges they talk about is that because we are experiencing more extreme weather events, the repairs that they have to do to the roads take longer and are more expensive because of how much water is downpouring at the moment. When we look at the state of our infrastructure and our local assets, I'm sure that our stormwater and our infrastructure maintenance teams can talk about the impacts of extreme weather events on the durability of public assets owned by council and the extent that maintenance becomes more challenging with things like storm surge. So all I can say is that Firstly, this is an environmental threat that people in the local area take seriously. Secondly, it's an economic threat that the council, like the vast majority of Australia's large corporations and in line with advice from many significant legal minds around the responsibilities of directors in private companies to identify, manage and mitigate climate change risks. This policy is a responsible way for council to recognise the threat that climate change poses to our organisation and ensure that we have a policy framework in place to ensure that we're enabling the community to adapt and respond and be resilient to these challenges, and to play our responsible part in mitigating climate change through reducing our own emissions and enabling the community to reduce its emissions. Yes, it's an international issue. Yes, it's a state issue, but it is also a local issue because of the way that climate change will impact our local community in the future, whether it's the impact on our physical infrastructure, but also the impact on the health and well-being of local residents being subjected to extreme weather events, heat waves, and the impacts on their personal property and their health in the long term. So I commend this motion to the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Oh, no.
Okay, any other councillors who want to speak? Councillor Causey.
I just want to make a few comments about the submissions on this and some of the disparaging remarks in the chamber this evening. By contrast, I'd like to thank Keela Lamb, who's no longer here, for her speech and the fact that she is one of our elders and she recognises the risk of climate change. Although a slight majority of the 54 respondents to the exhibition of this policy did not support it, the largest group of submissions came from those aged 70 to 84, followed by 50 to 59, and 60% of those were men. We know from other data that younger people and women as a whole tend to recognise the science and support climate action. So the commentary questioning the role of science and so-called ideology of climate change is highly unlikely to be representative. Unfortunately, I think this is a bit of a weakness of our consultation, but maybe it's just a reflection of the people who have the time to respond to our public exhibitions. However, councils have a responsibility under the Local Government Act to consider the evidence and make sound decisions. As the policy states, the New South Wales State Disaster Mitigation Plan makes clear the Northern Beaches LGA is exposed to a range of climate risks that are expected to increase over time. We have billions of dollars worth of property at risk on the Northern Beaches, from the impacts of climate change through flood, inundation and bushfire alone. This includes roads, schools, private property and the beaches themselves. It is therefore absolutely our responsibility to develop ways to deal with it. So I won't bother going through some of the points, but I think that the policy points in the policy are very worthwhile, including the newer one about recognising that climate change will hit those with least resources hardest, and also the risks and impacts for our natural environment, as Councillor Harvey has just mentioned. So finally, I'd like to say thank you to staff for their work on it and say it's not a tough decision supporting this policy.
Okay, anyone else want to say? Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I noted and carefully listened to the community submissions that came before us tonight, and then it's down in black and white, clear hard fact, that of the 54 submissions, 24 were either very or somewhat supportive and 31 submissions were not very or not supportive at all. We had controversy and very bad taste in the mouths of residents when the survey for the rate rise was ignored, the 51% of those that responded who took the time to respond. So therefore, again, if we ignore the results of this survey, I think we are doing a disservice to the community and it is actually quite interesting to see the number of people that have bothered to write in. And if there is a majority in this regard, I think it's important to consider that majority.
Councillor Hunjak.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just briefly add that local authorities around the world are currently grappling with the impacts of climate change, and it's not something solely related to the Northern Beaches. But for example, Fairbairn Council in Wales have recently declared that their village of over 700 people will no longer be able to be defended from rising sea levels by 2054. And the immediate result of that was that land values fell by over half, insurance agencies refused to cover any properties, and effectively overnight, this village that had been going for hundreds of years was now a ghost town, thanks to the impacts of climate change. We see on the Northern Beaches places like Collaroy and Narrabeen, where coastal erosion threatens valuable properties, as well as vital infrastructure. It's important for our council to consider the impacts that climate change will have on our local area and start to think about mitigation, planned retreats, and how we will live with the impacts that are soon to be upon us.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, write a reply.
Just a little. Yeah, I think it definitely speaks to not the quality of our ability to consult with the community, but the fact that this came out at a time where people were very concerned about the SRV, in particular a small number of the community that we seem to be hearing a lot from. So I'm not really sure what Councillor De Luca was implying, although I understand he wants to listen to those community members, but I think it's quite clear that there's a high consensus among members of the Northern Beaches and apparently 70% of Australians who are concerned about the impacts of climate change and in fact the impacts upon their personal finances as well, as we can all see reflected in our insurance premiums. The Secretary General for the UN is recommending that government agencies across the world double their investment in climate resilience, and we now have half of the global population living in high risk from climate change. So I just consider it a complete privilege that we actually have the resources and the outlook to be able to do something. And I also think it's fantastic that we now have a separate fund for our climate resilience baked into our financial rollover budget as well. So I really thank staff for their work on this, and let's do it.
Okay, before I put this to the vote, I'm just going to add my 2 cents worth. Thank you, Councillor Harvey and Glanville. I mean, as much as you guys talk about what's happening around the world, I prefer to speak about what's happening here on the Northern Beaches. We know that the number one reason people move to the Northern Beaches and love living on the Northern Beaches is because the environment comes up every single survey, whether they mean the trees outside, whether they love the bush and the beach, but they always say the environment. From a Northern Beaches perspective, we have more intense weather events here. So we know that when we compare ourselves with other councils around the area, we have at least 2 very intense weather events every single year, which we have to try and claim back on because they do so much damage to our infrastructure. So we know we need to do something, and we know we need to put funds aside. So the fact that we're revoking a whole heap of old policies and putting one policy up, I think is really important. I think that people want to feel safe. We are a bushfire-prone area. We are also a flood-prone area, and we're also an erosion-prone area. All 3 of those affect where we live and our safety within those areas. So I thank you very much for supporting this, and would now like to just put it to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, so unanimous except for Councillor De Luca. Oh, yeah, no, unanimous. Oh, yep, unanimous except for Councillor De Luca. Declare that carried. Thank you very much. 11.3, Councillor Cauzy, moving as is. Okay, seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Any questions of the staff? Okay, Councillor Causey is the mover. What would you like to say?
I just had a very short comment. I'd like to congratulate the groups, or individuals, I think some of them are. Or was it all groups? It's all groups who've been awarded these grants. I would just make a comment, though, that for the environment grants, we're looking at $50,000. And we've just had a climate change motion that new policy that we've all accepted. And we know, as the Mayor has just said, that the environment is the top priority of everyone on the Northern Beaches. So I would really like to see in future the grants for environment projects at least equaling those for the sports that, $100,000 that the sports grants were this year. So that's just a comment for the future. Thank you.
Okay, is the seconder Councillor Glanville?
Can we move into debate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, we've gone past questions and the mover and the seconder have spoken and not spoken, so we're in debate.
Thank you. I wanted to congratulate all the organisations on their grants. They do amazing work in the community. And to rebut the point made in the public forum, looking after our local environment is not a nice to have. Our health as humans on this planet relies on having a safe and healthy environment. It is not optional whether to have trees. Trees can survive without humans. Humans cannot survive without trees. So I furiously dispute that having an environmental grants program is in some way a nice to have. Our environment is one of the most important issues to local residents, and even if it wasn't, it is objectively speaking critical for our survival as a species to look after our local environment. If there's pollution, if there's dying trees, we suffer the health consequences of those. So if anything, it's entirely selfish to look after our local environment, to deal with the microplastics in the ocean as Surfrider is, to deal with the fact that we're having an ecological crisis from the collapse of the number of insects and pollinators, which the permaculture grant is addressed to. I encourage anyone who thinks that this grants program is a waste of time to go and see what the Northside Enterprises Bushlink crew does with young people and not so young people with disabilities, going and doing bush care and looking after our local environment. I dare them to go and join those people and say in a public forum with the microphone on in public record that is a waste of time, because I furiously dispute that, and I'm very sorry to hear a community member say something like that.
Okay, anyone else? I think I had, no one. Anyone else want to debate, or can we put this to the vote? Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Good suggestion, Councillor Singh. Well, it's unanimous with who's in the room. Okay, we're up to 13.2, which was Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Hernjack as a seconder. Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Hernjack. Apparently you're nominating a councillor for this renamed Transport Forum. Because of course the state government likes to make a change and they like to change a name.
They do. Do you want to do questions before I move, Madam Mayor?
No, I'd love you to just nominate and move on, in all honesty.
I know you would, but it's probably fair to ask if there's any questions from the chamber. No, I'll move it.
It's moved and seconded.
Cool. All right. I'll start debate then.
But we do need to nominate a councillor.
Shall we do the move and second speeches and then nominate a councillor, or would you like to do one now? It's up to you,
I
Madam
think
Mayor.
it's important you nominate the councillor that you want to put there, so that everyone knows who they're talking about.
All right, so I'd like to nominate Councillor Robins as the chair of the Local Transport Forum. Right. While they type, I might give you some understanding of what's gone on in the last year. About a year ago, I was nominated as chair of the Local Traffic Committee. The Local Traffic Committee is a committee that sits monthly with representatives from Transport for New South Wales, the state electorates of Manly, Wakehurst, Davidson and Pittwater, their representatives from Keolis, Downer and CDC, representatives of Bicycle New South Wales, and a plethora of traffic staff from council. The goal of the Local Traffic Committee was a delegated right from state, which allowed council in committee to decide various items which affect the traffic network of the Northern Beaches. Things we did over that time is we looked at about 180 to 200 matters, of which 80% have already been implemented during that time. The Traffic Committee and now the Transport Forum, I think, has worked incredibly well. Not just because I was chair, not at all. It's about the ability of political representatives across the aisle to come together, to think of the community and to deliver transport solutions. They've looked at parking, they've looked at shops, they've looked at the Safer Transport Network. We've negotiated some interesting things down at Church Point and Scotland Island, but fundamentally, the important thing about that committee was when we came together and made a decision, we all supported it. And that helped the community feel strong in that decision and also meant it was justifiable as those local members received representations from the community. Of course, Transport for New South Wales decided to change the terms of reference, and we now have the Local Transport Forum. The Local Transport Forum, while having the same members, no longer has any voting. I was concerned about that, and I was concerned about that for this council. The Traffic Committee, as it worked before, we made a decision together with the appropriate state member for that area. In the Transport Forum, there's no voting anymore. Transport for New South Wales has decided that council staff will make the decisions. So I decided if we were going to have that happen, we were going to be in trouble. The local members would never turn up anymore because there's no point. And whenever we did anything, they point fingers at us and go, look what you did. So I attempted to introduce a consensus model that the Local Transport Forum would either support or defer matters until this debate tonight. Since that time, we've supported a number of matters. We've managed to keep almost all of the political representatives coming to every meeting, and it's continued to be productive. I'd like to thank all of the representatives and the staff for supporting me over this year. It's been a really cool experience, and I look forward to it continuing and serving the people of the Northern Beaches. I have an amendment.
Councillor Hernjak.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have an amendment to nominate another councillor, so it might be best if I remove myself as seconder from this motion to amend it.
Okay, we'll put Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham. That's a seconder. Great.
Madam Mayor, can I talk incredibly quickly to my amendment, just for clarification for those in the chamber? Given the importance of making sure the representatives stay on the committee, I propose a handover period so that we can hand over some of the stuff we do. And I've had a request from the voting members for a briefing with staff and the Transport Forum so they can understand the new terms of reference and how they notify and request things from council.
Okay, any councillors have any questions, or can we just move into debate? Even though Councillor Beaujard has had a couple of goes already, but you can have, as the mover, Councillor Hernjak, do you have anything to say?
I can move
sorry,
my amendment
Councillor
now.
Bingham, sorry, as it's you are now the seconder. Do you have anything to add?
No, Madam Mayor, but I believe there's an amendment.
Okay, so can we see Councillor Hernjak's amendment?
Yeah, my amendment is just to point 3 to nominate Councillor Beaujard if he would be so kind as to accept that nomination to continue as the chair of the newly named Transport Forum.
I'm really flattered, Councillor Herdjack, and thank you very much. I think it's important that we share these roles around council, and I believe Councillor Robins to be an experienced councillor who'd do a good job in that position.
All right. In that case, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure.
Okay, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that carried. Sorry, Councillor Robins. You'll have plenty to say when you're at the forum. You're voted in. We don't need to hear from you. Only about you. No. I'm sure she's very flattered. She's looking forward to it. Can't wait to do it. Let me just fill that in. Okay. All right, councillors. We're up to notices of motions. No, we're not. Yes, we are. 14.2. Councillor De Luca pulled this out, but this notice of motion was from Councillor Glanville. Seconded by Councillor Beaujard. I'm gathering Councillor De Luca, is it questions or you're voting against? Okay, all right, so, all right, questions, we're up to that now.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Has Council had any conversations or made any representations to date to either the Minister for Local Government or Minister for Planning, seeing it comes under that portfolio responsibility? And is the General Manager aware of any other council's statements or status on this matter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll refer to the Director of Planning and Place for his first question in Council.
My first question.
Actually, can I, before you start, Councillor Beaujard, would you be willing to remove your name off there and maybe we put Councillor Hackman on there, because the Deputy Mayor just showed me the original motion that had actually 3 of you on there, but we've got a mover and a seconder. Or would you prefer between the 2 of you? Councillor Williams? Okay, but first of all, Councillor Beaujard, because you have had a lot to say today, so we should share this around.
It's been a busy evening for me. I'm happy to share it around. Okay, thank you. Councillor
Williams, you accept? Yes, because, all right, terrific. Sorry, Mr Farrington.
Through you, Chair. In response to the first question about whether or not we've had any direct conversations with the state government, the answer is no. We've attended some briefings with Local Government New South Wales, but not direct discussions with the government. In relation to the second question about representations by other councils, I'm not familiar with the other practices of other councils.
Okay. Any other questions? Can the mover, Councillor Glanville, has the first right of...
Sure. Look how salient this motion has proven to be, in that in the intervening time between lodging it and our dear friends in the state parliament's proposed amendments to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, it's pretty clear that the state government is determined to water down the role of the RFS in giving advice And while I thank our local MPs, Jackie Scrooby and Michael Regan, and my Greens colleagues, particularly Sue Higginson, for their efforts in state parliament, unfortunately, the state government is determined, it would seem, to put development ahead of even basic, simple, common sense risk management in terms of relying on expert advice like agencies from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, the RFS, SES, EPA, and many other integrated approval authorities. They're subject matter experts. It's unhealthy and unwise for the Department of Planning to believe that it can subsume the expertise of these agencies in the name of development, when it's ultimately these agencies who are holding the baby. An external expert or developer is not going to be bearing the risk of managing hazards in the future. It's the individual landowners who buy in, and it's the New South Wales Rural Fire Service and similar agencies who have to manage these risks long term. It's their volunteers who will risk their own lives defending these places. So it's important that we respect that expertise. In my professional life, it's very rare that the RFS totally says no to something. Normally they're very pragmatic and they have detailed advice that they're able to provide about risk management. When they decline to provide that approval, it's for very good reasons, because of the expertise that they carry in managing risk. I don't get biblical very often, but it does kind of call to mind the parable of the wise and the foolish builders, about two men building houses and the wise man building his house upon a foundation of rocks. Ignoring the RFS's advice or the advice of our other expert agencies is not building your house upon the rocks. It is building it upon the sand, and then in the name of short-term gain, but ignoring the long-term safety of residents and RFS and other expert volunteers who give their time. So I commend this motion to the floor.
Okay, thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Williams.
I'd like to thank Councillor Glanville for bringing this notice of motion to the chamber. As a member of the SES, I'm very familiar with the fact that of the Emergency Services Act, and that the SES emergency legislation that makes the RFS and the SES the agencies in charge of any emergency, be it bushfire or flood. So it would seem to me that the any decision by the New South Wales State Government, they would have to change that law for the New South Wales Planning to be able to tell the RFS and the SES what to do. At the moment, if it's a flood, the SES can tell the police what to do. You know, if it's a fire, the RFS are equally in charge. No one can tell each of the emergency services what to do, and so it would seem to me that this would be an illegal, but I don't, you know, I'm not a legal person, so I think absolutely I support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman.
Mayor and fellow councillors, we all want more homes and sooner, but we also want families to be safe in those homes, and we want our RFS and SES volunteers to come home safe after every call out. And I think that's what this motion protects. Right now, the New South Wales planning system bakes expert hazard checks into approvals, and on bushfire-prone land, a development can't proceed without the RFS, Bushfire Safety Authority, under Section 100B of the Rural Fires Act 1997. That's not red tape, it's a life-saving gate based on hard-won lessons. And those lessons are very fresh. 2019-2020 Black Summer, New South Wales alone lost 26 lives, almost 2,500 homes and 5.5 million hectares. Numbers that tell you exactly why independent fire expertise must stay in the room for these decisions. And it's not just fire. The East Coast floods in 2022 became Australia's costliest insurance disaster, over $6 billion in claims, reminding us that that's where and how we build has real long-tail costs for households, for councils, and for emergency services. So I think it's really clear to say that with this motion that we are pro-housing and pro-good process. And good means that we should be using the Planning for Bushfire Protection 2019 standards so that any applications consult properly with all of the relevant agencies that have expertise in this area. And Councillor Williams and I are both co-chairs on the Bushfire Management Committee, and it's very clear that they would want to have a say as well. So what we're asking with this motion is both constructive and practical. Put on record that overriding the RFS and SES expertise is a red line that we are not willing to cross. And to sit down with the Planning and Emergency Services Ministers, staff and interested councillors to ensure that these safeguards will deliver both homes and safety. So let's build it wiser and safer, and I commend the motion.
Okay, thank you. If anyone else has anything to speak, I might just add something before we put this to the vote. I think if you've been reading the newspapers lately, as this mentions an article on the 24th of August, it's very obvious that local government is seen as an obstruction to planning, where apparently, I would put it, a speed bump in the way. We've been reminded that we are a part of the state government, and it just seems incredible to me that when there's bushfires around the world, everyone's concerned about bushfires. We have more RFS groups here than anywhere else in New South Wales, I would say, but probably even further. We are a bushfire-prone area, and it just makes no sense to me, after living through council's period of being encouraged to have seniors living in the middle of bush, that now we're trying to cram other people in the middle of bush, hoping they'll find a way out as quick as possible, but knowing full well from being on the RFS committee that certainly a lot of the area that we live is in the red zone. Red zone does have a certain meaning, but there's only very minimal ways of getting in and out. The fact that we're expected to accept the fact that if someone wants to build something inappropriate in an area that's bushfire prone, in an area that is not environmentally, anything that makes it a beautiful place is now to be totally put to one side and a big tick to it. Safety of the people who live here has to be something that we take really seriously. I just find this, I find this really incredibly, I'm trying to think of nice words to say that won't be offensive, but I do find it just illogical that we are putting people at risk and saying now that anyone in a bushfire area, we don't need reports from the RFS, it's just going to get passed. It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, declare that carried unanimous. Thank you. 14.3, Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Giltman. I'm sure.
So I've just got a question first, if that's okay, to the CEO through you,
Yes,
Mayor.
questions first, and you, as the mover, you get the next thing.
Yeah, thank you. Just to the CEO, at the briefing last Tuesday night, there was clarification, I think, that in the, I could be wrong, in the draft code of meeting practice, there was some, a comment about the possibility of being recognising achievements in our community at the beginning. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we have recommended that you introduce into your meetings an opportunity to provide a presentation to an individual, a community group, somebody in the community who has achieved recognition in whatever pursuit, and bring them to the chamber to publicly recognise them in that way. So yes, that will be out on exhibition, and if adopted, that will form part of council's meetings from next year.
Great, thank you. Look, I guess this is a better late than never sort of thing, but I wanted to specifically call this out as whilst we spend a lot of time on roads, rates and rubbish policy and strategy, apart from a mayoral minute, I don't believe that we actually make time to recognise the many achievements that happen in our community, and let alone outstanding achievements. And as such, I just would like to take the opportunity to recognise and congratulate the 2025 achievements of the Warringah Rugby Club this past season, particularly with their two senior teams, the Ratettes and the Rats, which are the male and female teams. The Ratettes, the women's rugby team, in August this year for the 10th time, winning the Sydney Premier's Women's Chikarovsky Cup. This team is a force to be reckoned with, having achieved over the past few years significant representation honours, including the Waratahs, which is the state team, and the Wallaroos, which is the national team representation. And then on the 30th of August, coached by a local resident, Josh Holmes, and the Rats men's teams won the 2025 Charter Hall Shoot Shield. And this is the second time in the club's 60-year history that it has won both the competition in the same year. Now, what makes this an outstanding achievement is that this club, based as we know at North Narrabeen in Rat Park, is that this club focuses strongly on grassroots development, their local community or their family, aka the local supporters or the loyal supporters that sit on the hill that cheer them on and are all characterised by qualities such as loyalty, commitment and generosity. And I just want to congratulate the Board of Directors, staff and the absolute army of volunteers that all have contributed to this outstanding success this year. And lastly, I guess I'd like to recognise and congratulate the Warringah Rat legend and Wallaroos player Tui Ormsby, who last week was inducted into the Australian Women's Rugby Hall of Fame. It's a great achievement.
Okay, with that, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. No, Bob doesn't get to say sorry, Bob. I'm already thinking if we're going to be acknowledging incredible sporting achievements, we're going to be
Madam Mayor,
starting at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. For those listening online and couldn't hear this, Councillor Giltman wanted to make sure he said something so his wife could know that he was actually here.
Madam Mayor, can I move a procedural motion that we move into confidential, given that it is 10 o'clock and we have a number of matters that we need to make commercial decisions on and so forth?
Yes.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Robins. All those in favour?
Madam Mayor, could I, before we do that, could I just move that we bring forward item 14.5 because it's a matter of urgency?
Why is it a matter of urgency?
Because it includes an item for the New South
Sorry,
Wales
point of order.
Local Government Association.
You've just tried to commit a motion and you're putting the motion on commission, so therefore you've got to commit that motion.
Yes, the procedural motion. I just wanted to hear what the urgency was so that when we go through our procedural motion, we also know why there's something urgent to come back.
Yeah, because...
All right.
Yeah, this...
Okay, so I'm gathering, which one is it?
14.5.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, so we're all in favour of going into confidential? Because that was called out first, then we will address you. Okay, all those in favour, declare that carried. Confidential, here we come. And we're setting the alarms going off now. All right. Afterwards, yes, but we first have to vote on extending the meeting for half an hour.
Madam Mayor, I move a procedural motion that we extend the meeting so much so as to deal with all matters in confidential session.
Other than setting the alarms off.
Madam Mayor, are we able to extend to that type of stipulation, or does it have to be a duration of time like 30 minutes?
Good question, because I'm hearing a yes and a no at the same time. So, Mr. CEO, or to the birthday lady.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the question being, the extension of time can be for a period of up to 30 minutes. So you will be able to move from 11 until 11:30, or closure if you're able to do it in that time. That was the question.
My procedural motion was to carry both issues, that we go straight back into confidential session.
Yes.
So just making it clear that we're resolving to extend by 30 minutes. Okay, and that's what we'll be voting on.
Yes, so if we want to spend 30 minutes on one topic, so be it, as long as we come out of it after 30 minutes.
Okay, Mayor, I would like to amend the procedural motion to bring item 14.5 forward, because it is a matter of urgency that we, to get it onto the Local Government New South Wales paper if the
Okay, while
council
we're
votes for it.
discussing this, why don't we do 14.5 before we go into confidential, and hopefully we can do a job lot.
Sorry, there's actually, we had residents
We're
come
out.
and speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's actually more important that we deal with there, because that poor gentleman and others are going to lose their permits by 31st of October. So what's more important than people losing their small businesses?
Okay, so hopefully we can do a job lot. So let's just, because this is also local government for New South Wales for next month. And hopefully people don't have much to say and we can just vote.
Well, if Councillor Causey hadn't called it in the first place, it would have gone straight through.
So are you amending it? Or are you moving it as is?
Which one?
Your 14 point.
Oh, okay, so we've gone to that. I'm using it as
Sorry,
is.
just a point of order. There's a procedural motion before the chair.
Yes.
Moved Councillor Lucas, seconded
Yes.
Councillor Hanjak, that in accordance with clause 19.3 meeting practice, that the time be extended
Yep.
and resume into closed session.
And excuse me, Mayor, but
while we're
I
open,
amended that.
in open session,
But the procedural motion has
okay,
been moved
is
and
everyone
seconded.
in
It needs to
favour of
be-
extending for 30 minutes? Okay, but since at the moment governance is sitting on the meeting extension, which is what we're talking about.
Could we remove the part?
Oh, sorry, I didn't read the other part. Sorry, the last part of the sentence.
As seconder, it would be my preference to split them. Otherwise, I don't support seconding returning to closed session.
Withdraw your second.
Okay, so we need a seconder for Councillor De Luca. Okay, Councillor Singh.
And I would like to speak to it.
Into the extension.
I want to speak to the procedural motion, yes.
Okay.
We do have matters outstanding on the confidential agenda. I think it's important that we revert back into confidential session so as that they are properly dealt with. In relation to Councillor Causey trying to bring forward a matter, as I said earlier, there are more important matters locally to deal with, such as those poor gentlemen who've spoken tonight that are going to lose their permits by 31 October. So therefore, I think my motion, if we get through confidential session, and we will, as long as there's not certain things raised like before, and if we do that, then we can revert to just the normal agenda.
Okay. All those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor, I had proposed an amendment to that motion that we put item 14.5 first. I'd also note that we could have discussed it and finished it by now if we hadn't had this intervention.
Okay, there's a lot of finger pointing starting to happen and there's a lot of thoughts going through all our minds, I'm sure. So let's try to hold it together so we can get through all of the meeting. You could even surprise yourself and actually vote through everything. So, at the moment, we were still right in the beginning of a procedural motion to extend the meeting. Now, do we, and I'm putting that to the vote, it is moved by Councillor De Luca and seconded by Councillor Singh. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Beaujard, Glanville, Harvey, Grattan, Causey. I don't know. We don't even have the thing up there. Does it matter? It's lost.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
so do we have a...
could I move a procedural motion that we extend by 30 minutes?
Yes, Councillor Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Williams. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous. Declare that carried.
I move a procedural motion that we bring item 14.4, notice of motion, outdoor dining and food trucks forward in view of them to lose their permit by 31st of October unless we deal with this immediately tonight. No, because I wanted to get in first because Councillor Causey was going to move another procedural motion. So I just want to deal with it.
Okay, so the next one up is 14.4. Because that was the next one up, wasn't it? 14.4 already went through by exception, didn't it? It didn't. Oh, okay, sorry, that's all the initials there. I had Councillor Glanville, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Dillon, I think, all on that one.
So can we deal with 14.4, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so Councillor...
And if there is no objection to that motion, I'm happy that it go forward straight away.
Great. And then we can do 14.5.
Yep.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we need to vote on the procedural motion first, then we can vote on the motion in hand.
14.4
No, we don't. We can just vote.
There was going to be an
and
alternate.
put on there 14.5. Let's do this, get it done. All right, all those in favour, declare it carried, unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we're up to 14.4. Councillor Causey, go for it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Glanville, go for it. This is your motion.
Sorry, no, hang on. I thought that was my one.
No, yours is 14.7.
Okay, so I've got an amendment unless you're prepared to accept it, and I'll second it. So just
well, we've got a whole list of other people here as well. So, all right. Councillor Glanville, what would you like to do? It's your notice of motion.
It is my notice of motion, and Councillor Dillon had intended to second it because I've been working with her on it.
I've got then an amendment. So, as you know, they've asked for an extension to 31st of October. So I will move my then, unless you're prepared to accept it with me as the seconder, I'll move my 14.7, and that is that Council 1, note the licence period for mobile phone vehicle permits has been extended until 1 November 2025 and will not require vehicles to be moved overnight whilst Council works through matters raised by operators regarding permit conditions and compliance and complaints received. Acknowledge outdoor dining promotes activation of public space and vibrant social spaces. Request Council's General Manager to undertake an online survey on the Your Say page of Council's website and invite relevant stakeholders, including outdoor dining holders, food trucks and permanent holders and local chambers of commerce on matters such as A, Council's outdoor dining and footpath merchandise guide, B, processes for obtaining outdoor licenses, dining licenses and permits for food trucks to operate on council land. 4, report back to council within 6 months with any proposed revisions to A, the outdoor dining and footpath merchandise guide, B, council processes for granting approval for food trucks to operate on council land, and most importantly, what all these stakeholders want. 5, extend all mobile food vehicle permits pending the resolving of the report on the outdoor dining and footpath merchandise guide.
So, Councillor Granville, do you accept those amendments?
Am I able to ask some questions through you to staff regarding them? Regarding item 5, while personally I'm quite sympathetic to one, as one might guess by the fact that I wrote and put up this motion to start with, I am concerned, and so through you, my question is, how does 5 interact with the issues that the staff have discussed with me concerning plans of management? Because my concern is that indefinitely extending the permit may cause us to breach the plan of management for those particular reserves, and that has been one of the sticking points that my motion is trying to get the wheels in motion for us to address. So I just would appreciate some clarification from staff on that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor.
I am back, but can I just see the top of it to see where we're up to?
Councillor De Luca is proposing an amendment.
I've moved an amendment and Councillor has
Councillor
seconded it.
Singh wants to second the amendment. Okay.
Well,
she's not accepting it, so we're just...
Well, I would like some advice on point 5.
Okay, all right. So you're just asking a question at the moment, but we haven't formally... All right.
Can we also, there's a duplication in the amendment, I can't speak, sorry, but can we just get highlighted which parts are actually an amendment or an addition, because a lot of it's sort of duplicating.
Okay. Do the staff...
Well, no, there are some other changes which has been made to my original drafting, I would assume, in points 3 and 4 of Councillor De Luca's version.
1, 2, sorry,
Okay,
1,
so 1 is
3,
different, 2 is different?
Yep. And so is, if you scroll down...
Actually, 3
of
looks
course,
different too.
Yep, exactly. And so that's why we press the amendment. Just for time's sake.
to address, through you, Mayor, to address the question in relation to the plan of management. To allow an arrangement where it is not a mobile food permit would require authorisation through a plan of management process. My understanding is that that plan of management process is scheduled to be completed in around 18 months to 2 years' time. So recommendation 1 would be effectively providing tenure, for want of a better word, out until that period, subject to an annual permit being issued.
Sorry, I think my question was slightly different. My question is whether bullet point 5 to the extending the permit on that, I guess, almost indefinite basis, would that cause us to be in breach of the plan of management? I think that was more my question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. There are a number of different sites. The plan of management issues are different at each one of those sites. In particular, the site at North Manly, where you heard from the speaker tonight, there is no authorisation in the current plan of management for that use to be there on a permanent or contracted basis. The other sites have different conditions because they are on road reserves and on Crown land.
On the basis of that advice, unfortunately, Councillor De Luca, I don't feel that I can accept your amendment, and that is not because I dislike or disagree with Millardo's operation. Obviously, I put this motion up to help progress this, but I am concerned that we expose ourselves to issues indefinitely extending that permit in the absence of a plan of management that foresees long-term...
Sorry, is this a question or debate?
No, I'm explaining why I'm not accepting your amendment.
Yep, that's fine. So my question is directed to the General Manager. Prior to this motion being submitted some time ago, is it not the case that staff reviewed this notice of motion and in no way deemed it unlawful?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All motions that are before you are, in staff's opinion, permissible. We would point out anything that's unlawful prior to publishing.
Thank you. So therefore...
Point of order. Sorry, 9.14, we're only meant to ask questions about an item on the agenda. I think since Councillor Glanville just said she wouldn't accept the amendment, won't we go back to the debate on the original amendment? Perhaps you can ask your questions then, Councillor De Luca, if they pertain to her motion.
No, this is now an amendment.
But she didn't accept the amendment.
No, that's why it's an amendment.
Yes, so now we're going to be voting first on Councillor De Luca and Singh's amendment.
Thank you. So,
and then we go back to the original motion. So now
just
we're
a further
hearing
question.
about why the amendment is important.
Thank you. Just a further question to Mr. Phillips. So, Clause 5 is not unlawful and it is permissible as it was allowed on the agenda previously and no advice to the contrary was given.
Through you, Mayor, in relation to Clause 5, the permits have been issued for a 12-month period. They've been for temporary use of land. Provided the conditions of the permit are complied with, then the use is temporary. If the use is not deemed temporary, it triggers authorisation under the plan of management process.
So can we just get an opinion from in-house counsel? From what I'm hearing from the General Manager and I think from the Director of Community Services, as it is written, it has been accepted as lawful can Mr Eskel see any legal problems in relation to this being extended for 6 months?
I don't think, Councillor De Luca, anyone's debating about whether this is unlawful or not. I think you might find that we might have different points of opinion, though.
I just think it's important because there has been a submission that it could be unlawful.
Okay.
Not in those words, but I think it is important to clarify it and make it opaquely clear.
All right. So is through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, there's an issue of whether you can lawfully debate a motion against the process for permits for mobile food vehicles. Mr Kerr has outlined the process for mobile food vehicles. The motion before you is lawful. That's all we're saying.
Thank you. And if my amendment is not passed, what happens to those whose permits expire on the 31st of October, and will they have to be moved? Will current conditions be changed, or will everything stay status quo?
Thank you, Mayor. Those conversations have been held with the current permit holders, and they have been advised that we are willing to work with them to find a solution to the issues. The 31 October date was provided to provide additional time for us to consider alternatives to ensure that the broader issues relating to the use of the particular sites were able to be addressed. However, they will not be asked to cease operations on 1 November, and they have been provided that undertaking already by staff.
And one of the concerns that the Manly operator raised was that, and others too, is that there's only an offering of 1 year, I think, to extend. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, the permits are offered on an annual basis, and that is has been the practice since those permits have been in operation.
So with any changes proposed, is it possible to go, instead of just 1 year, is it possible that a longer tenure be awarded, or is it just fast line 1 year only? Is that dictated by legislation?
It's not legislated, it's just a part of
Through you, Mayor, the absence of a plan of management on that particular site authorising the use to occur for a longer period of time moves us back to the temporary use of land and the 12-month permit requirements to ensure that there isn't a impact on the park or other users of the space. And if council were of a mind to look at a more permanent arrangement, the plan of management would authorise that, and then an appropriate expressions of interest or tender process would then have to be entered into to select a provider.
So legislation does not prevent a greater tenure than 1 year? Like the Crown Lands Management Act or anything like that?
The legislation under the Local Government Act for Plans of Management requires that a tenure of greater than 12 months requires council to grant a licence. So there is a legislative provision there that council needs to consider.
So in relation to a report, would that report consider that issue of whether licences in the future for longer than 1 year would be considered?
point of order. This seems to be going off into all sorts of other directions rather than what we're debating about this amendment.
It's arising from the answers that have been given.
We're talking about the amendment.
Yep.
Nothing in the amendment is talking about licensing or going over again.
The whole thing's about licensing.
We need to vote on this amendment.
Okay, let's just overrule that for a moment, Councillor Williams. Councillor De Luca, let me reassure you, I don't think anyone thinks anything here is illegal.
No, I'm just wanting to know
I
what
will
are the
say to you
preventative
that a mobile
provisions?
food vehicle permit is because it's supposed to be mobile. Though I will have something to say about that once we get through whether this is allowable or not. I'd like to actually speak to this amendment.
And so my further question, just asked, could you answer that one?
Yes, through you, Mayor. There should a motion be passed to the effect of what's in front of council. Yes, we would consider all of the possible options and present all of those to council in response to the matter at hand, because it is quite complicated or could be quite simple. So there's a number of different options that the council may choose to take.
And just back on what you said, that you're not intending to eject or cancel anything. What's the timeline there? How long will you allow them to continue? Just to give them some certainty, because they are very worried.
Through you, Mayor, there is no exact time frame given. The undertaking is that we understand they are concerned about their businesses, and that we would give them an undertaking to meet with them subsequent to the outcomes of this motion, work with the operators. We understand the community benefit that is derived from that. We need to also balance things like the public interest, and there have been other issues arising from the operation of these food trucks.
One question that the operator did ask me to ask, allegedly there's been a complaint. When was that complaint made, and was that conveyed to the operator? And also,
Anything to do with
yes,
the
it
actual
does.
motion, whether or not there's a complaint?
It does, because it could actually dictate a further amendment.
Okay. Councillor Causey, I will uphold this because I think now you're trying to retrial Councillor De Luca. We need to move and talk on this amendment.
And
I understand you were keen to understand about whether it's legal and what's happening to the business owners. But yes, I think we need to move on. We're trying to work together, and I'm sure you've got another point of order that you'd like to call on me, but I do think we need to actually allow others.
Move dissent to your ruling.
Okay, of course you do. All right, thank you,
And that was not
Councillor De
necessary.
Luca.
Thank you.
All right, so can we have a voting on Councillor De Luca's?
No, you need a seconder and then I speak. And
okay, all right,
you.
let's stretch it out then.
Thank you. Stop interjecting when I'm acting in
All right, councillors, this is why we don't extend too long. We all get a bit grumpy at the end of the night.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question in relation to the complaint, and it's something that I actually asked during the rollers complaint, was because this dictated...
I thought you were talking about the dissent.
I am.
You are,
And
sorry.
you-
I'm sorry,
and-
we've gone to Manly now.
And you ruled that I could not ask that question. So I would remind you, Madam Chair, that a councillor, in accordance with clause 10.19, a councillor may, through the Chief Executive Officer, put a question to a council employee about a matter on the agenda, and this is now on the agenda. Council employees are only obliged to answer a question put to them through the Chief Executive Officer at the direction of the Chief Executive Officer. Now, this is central to the concerns of the operators, that why action was all of a sudden taken against them. With the rollers matter, after questioning, no evidence ever was provided as to the allegations made that there'd been complaints, etc., etc. So that's why I would like to know the date of the complaint, what action was taken, and whether any compliance action was taken. But I would remind you of the provisions of the Code of Meeting Practice that Clause 10.19 allows a councillor to ask a question at any time. This is a matter that is of great concern to not just these operators,
Okay, so
but
we are
other...
now into debate now?
No.
Are you moving, or what are you
Well,
doing?
can
I'm
I
lost
stop
with
the
you now
time?
because...
Can I stop the time because of your interjections?
you were, sorry, you moved a procedural motion of dissent on me.
And I'm explaining why I'm dissenting to your ruling.
Oh, okay, sorry, I got lost there.
Okay,
I was
so,
waiting for
all right, so I've just lost 20 seconds, so can I reset the clock, please?
Can I
No,
just...
it's just
sorry,
1 minute
Madam Mayor.
34.
You may not interrupt the chair. 7.9, point of order, please. I'd like you to
Okay, I would like just to continue, Councillor
you.
DeLuca. Couldn't believe this was still...
Could I get
the
my
original
20
topic.
seconds back, please?
No, we can continue.
Okay, well, I'll move. If you want me to keep moving motions of dissent, I will. As I said, this is extremely concerning to our community, and this is why I'm asking these questions on their behalf. And it just doesn't affect one, as was mentioned earlier. It affects a lot of people, and I think we do, under the code, have that right for a reason. And it does concern me that the interjections have prevented me from asking questions to ensure transparency. The rulings have impaired my ability as a public official to actually ask questions that I have been asked to ask on behalf of the community. So I do think your ruling is incorrect in that it is contrary to clause 10.19 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I also think that your interjections while I was speaking has also improperly prevented me from being able to make out my case, as has interjections by other councillors. So I do think that in future it's important for you to consider the meeting practice which you are obliged under the code to adhere to, and clause 10.19 is very clear. And just because some people may not like the questions, just because some people have differing views, it does not mean that a councillor should be shut down.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, could we have a vote, please, on the dissenting rule? All those in favour? Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Everybody else declare that lost. Okay. I have now Councillor Bossard and Councillor Glanville, but I will actually speak to this amendment, which is...
So can I please speak as the mover and then the seconder?
No.
I had a further question, sorry. While we're still in questions.
Yes.
Through you, as I understand, the existing food truck permits require that they leave in the evening. So am I correct in understanding that extending their permits in this matter does not actually resolve what I understand to be the primary issue for two of the operators, which is that they would like to keep their vehicle in that same place? So extending it on its current terms would not achieve that outcome for them. Am I correct in my understanding of that?
Through you, Mayor, as a result of consideration of this matter, the staff made a decision and supported the operators to remain two of the operators to remain in place in July of this year for a period until we could work with them about what the permits look like for the future. Remaining in situ in one of the locations has created amenity impacts on others, and it is that operator has been offered an alternative location in the same place whereby it would relieve those amenity impacts but would allow them to retain the mobile trailer overnight.
Sorry, I think my question was a slightly different one. Do the current terms of those permits allow them to stay overnight without moving the vehicle?
No.
So am I correct in my understanding that extending them on their current terms does not greatly assist them beyond the current discretion being very given by the staff to just not enforce that term as a form of lenience to try and facilitate an outcome?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have broken that into multiple questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I therefore, in view of that answer, I will actually amend clause 5 to extend all mobile food vehicle permits pending the resolving of the report, comma, on the outdoor dining and footpath merchandise guide, and then at the end of guide, and request that council not take any action to move vendors or permit holders pending the outcome of such report.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to staff who can probably guess what my question is going to be. Are we able to resolve that?
Through you, Mayor, yes, through providing appropriate signage and a vehicle parking permit that would authorise a vehicle to stay overnight or a trailer to stay overnight.
Okay. Can we put this to the vote?
No.
No? Oh, you've got two of you? All right. Councillor Dillon?
Madam Mayor, through you, I'm just wondering if staff can confirm that they're proactively working with these vendors at the moment, communicating about the solutions and what the next steps are, and that they feel comfortable?
Through you, Mayor, yes, the staff are proactively working with the operators. We've had at least 2 meetings, a number of site meetings, a number of site inspections, and we are working very closely with the operators where there are concerns about the permits.
Thank you.
Councillor Causey?
Sorry, are we in debate at this point?
No, we're still in questions.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I've moved this motion with the support of Councillor Singh because our community, as we heard the speaker on this item earlier, alleges that council is at war with small business. We have had numerous examples in recent months where the small businesses of the Northern Beaches feel that they are being treated unfairly, often due to complaints which are not conveyed to them or have not been, in accordance with procedural fairness, fully given to them in order for them to properly respond. I've moved this motion in the hope that we can provide common sense and ensure that this matter can receive appropriate deferral pending a good outcome. And it's all very well to say that we're working hand in hand, and I note Councillor Dillon's question, but those vendors would not have come before us tonight if they are not genuinely concerned that things are not working. And they have said they're not. They're dissatisfied with the outcomes of what has been negotiated so far. And that's in the actual explanatory note. And that explanatory note was passed and even changed by council staff. So I do think it's imperative that we give these providers, these small businesses, some sort of certainty by not just extending their permits, because from what I've heard tonight in answers, there's no hard and fast date at the present time, and that's very hard for small businesses to work with. And this in relation to then Councillor Glanville's comments, I've extended clause 5 to ensure that action is not taken to move them or anything else pending the outcome of the report. I think it is ideal that a proper report is written as outlined in clauses 3 and 4, because that will actually dictate the future. And that's very important, because we do need certainty for these small businesses. We need them to feel like council is not attacking them. And it's not just this small business, it's other small businesses that continue to sustain these actions, and it is our community that is very
Thank you, Councillor
aggravated.
DeLuca. Okay, Councillor
I just
Causey.
check on the clauses.
Councillor Causey.
Look, I'm reluctant to waste any more time, but in point 5, I believe that it's a very dangerous clause to put any motion. Basically request that council not take any action to move a permit holder pending the outcome of the report. We don't know what circumstances are going to come up over the next year, and there may be good reason to have to move that permit holder for a reason that we have no idea about at the moment. So I certainly couldn't vote for these amendments as is.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. And look, it's great to see that on bullet points 2, 3 and 4, I'm feeling my own voice in them in terms of the level of clear consensus that we must all have, that we're all channeling the same thought process in how we've got two motions with such similar thought processes. But unfortunately, in relation to bullet points 1 and 5, the debate we've just had, to me, has highlighted why I took the approach I did in bullet points 2 to 4. Okay, I am personally very sympathetic to Juan and Xavier, who runs Patagonia, and I was sympathetic to Rollers, but we create a problem for ourselves when we, in the floor of the chamber, knee-jerk to individual businesses to make policy decisions. And I say that I've been going to meetings with Xavier, with staff, to try and help him resolve things. So I'm personally very sympathetic and supportive and encouraging of these things. But to me, the correct process to achieve that outcome that I want to happen is to make sure that we're talking to all businesses, to make sure that we're rounding up all of the issues and amendments and concerns that they have about the outdoor dining guide in general, and some of those businesses will be bricks and mortar cafes, and make sure we're talking to all the permit holders as well about the issues, and kind of trying to knee-jerk on one individual business, no matter how personally sympathetic I or any other councillor may be, puts us in this problem where we're trying to dictate to staff and make permit conditions and take policy approaches on the fly. So I'm really sorry that I can't support 5. I don't think that it's the right process to get the outcome. My goal in putting forward drafting the original motion and putting it forward was to try and take the correct process for us as a chamber to write policy, which is to talk to people and then map out a plan for how we're going to update the direction of those documents and council's plans of management and so forth. So regretfully, I can't support 5 because I just feel that it is not the right process to resolve things, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Now let's put this to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? All those in favour? Councillor Giltland, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Everyone else? Declare that lost. Back to the original motion.
Process, Mayor. If no councillor wants to speak on the substantive motion, could we move to determine on this, please?
I wish to speak. Yes, of course I do. It's called representing small business. I just wanted to address some of the comments.
Sorry, so just any questions first while we're back here again?
No, but I also want to speak as a seconder, Sue.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. And look, thank you to Councillor Dillon for working on this motion with me. It's always in the best interest of the community for councillors to work together in a professional manner, and so I did want to acknowledge that we work together on this for the benefit of the community and trying to reach a consensus position. Councillors have received a lot of emails and media interest in recent months regarding various outdoor dining related issues and the establishment of what I'll call outdoor cafes. The motion seeks to revisit these policies in a balanced way so that we aren't knee-jerking policy in response to just one business, no matter how beloved and personally sympathetic we may be, but reviewing our policies and processes in a way that ensures that we're adopting a policy which is fair and reflects consultation with our broader business community and varied stakeholders. To summarise the emails that we've had about outdoor dining, I think that generally speaking, the community is very supportive of activating outdoor spaces, whether it's cafes, having outdoor seating, and outdoor food trucks, activating public space. There's been some practical issues which have been raised and continue to need to be worked through on a site-by-site basis by the staff, which is the difficulty of having a blanket extension when each of these sites carries its own individual challenges that the staff are trying to work through. And some of the sites are a little more contentious. I totally respect and get the point raised by some of the operators that they could provide a much better experience for the community, such as installing solar panels to reduce generator noise, but it's difficult for them to make that investment when the current permits are only 1 year, and it's difficult to know if that investment would be recovered. On the converse, I think thinking about these things has highlighted a policy gap within council. We originally granted food truck permits during COVID when we wanted to encourage people not congregating indoors and to facilitate people being able to purchase food and beverages in open air environments with less risk of transmission. The use of these trucks and their role in our community has actually evolved into something else. While some are still transient, some have become more fixtures in their locations and are well-loved places for community members to congregate over coffee. Our policies don't envisage this kind of permanent use. Our plans of management envisage really only temporary, transient kinds of arrangements where trucks are coming and going and moving on. We have no guidelines for outdoor dining for these kinds of businesses if they, for example, want to put out milk crates. We really need to think about the current permit structure and if we want to allow long-term outdoor trucks and allow them to make those sorts of investments, we have to also make sure that we're dealing with those other guidelines and making sure that we're making good guidelines in terms of what a responsible use of, for example, outdoor seating would be for these food trucks. So there are some meaty policy issues to work through. I don't believe that we should rush it, but I do encourage us to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dillon is the seconder. You're next, and then Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm pleased to second this motion because I think it's a really practical step that supports both local business and the broader community. Outdoor dining and mobile food vendors are a big part of what makes our centres feel lively, safe and welcoming. They encourage people to stay, to socialise and to support small businesses, which is something we all want to see more of across the Northern Beaches. Council's outdoor dining and footpath merchandise guide sets the framework for how businesses can use public space. It outlines important requirements about health, safety, accessibility and how much footpath must be kept clear, all of which are essential. But these documents need to stay relevant and easy to navigate. This motion simply asks staff to take a fresh look at those guidelines and approval processes to make sure they're still working as intended. Are they clear? Are they consistent? Are they keeping up with how businesses are actually operating today? We're not talking about relaxing the standards. We're talking about making sure they're clear, concise and fit for purpose. Sometimes well-meaning rules can become harder to interpret over time, especially for new businesses or those trying something a little bit different, like mobile food vendors or pop-ups. It is also a good opportunity to check that our internal processes, the steps applicants need to go through, are as smooth and straightforward as they can be. This is about continuous improvement. It shows we're listening, we're paying attention to the detail, and we're supporting activation in a thoughtful way. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
And then I'd like to speak too, please.
Oh yes, I've got Councillor DeLuca and then Councillor Causey.
Yeah,
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. I know that's not going to be acceptable. Just wanted to let you know, Councillor Grenville as well, setting up the coffee cart or mobile coffee van, it costs around $35,000 to $40,000. Only 1 year investment business is not going to make a turnover in 1 year. We have a number of shops available for lease. We cannot afford the rent. I just got a report from Monaville. We have 36 shops for lease. Why we're not taking it? The rent is quite high. Today I made an inquiry on one of the shop, $1,500 per square meter. $150,000 of rent per annum. I can't make it on the coffee here. So we rely on the council. I'm not sure the name of the coffee on the Long Reef Caravan. What's it called? Patagonia, whatever they are. He's selling his caravan. He called me, Sonny, would you like to take it? I said, council won't give me the permission. The reason, conflict of interest. You won't give me a permission because of the conflict of interest. My friend had a coffee van. He sold it for nothing. Combi van, Monaville Hospital. The reason, he can't make money. So those small coffee vans, they depended on council to support them. I'm not here to seeking help myself. I'm helping them for them. So please, if you can, anyhow, any sort of, as requested to Mr. David Kerr, please give them some extension so they can seek somewhere, they can, because putting in so much effort to one business, grow yourself, is very hard. So please, I'm humbly requesting it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeLuca.
Thanks, Mayor Hines. I speak against the motion in that I feel it is contrary to the interests of the two vendors and achieves very little for them. I take offence and did not bother to raise a point of order, but I do take offence to the comments that regarding knee-jerked policy in the chamber, policy approaches on the fly, take the correct process, and other comments. My motion was in collaboration with not just the two vendors that we've heard tonight, but other concerned residents as well as
providers across the council area. And I've been working on this since the beginning. And I will continue to advocate for small businesses in our community who, as I have already said, continue to say council is at war with small business. It's important what Councillor Singh just stated. It is impossible for these small businesses to make any return when they are only on one-year permits. Hence, my attempts to ask those questions earlier. We have to consider the sustainability of these small businesses. As Councillor Singh just said, we have so many vacancies. He cited Mona Vale, but look at the vacancies across the council area. We are in a dire situation. So if council is genuinely interested in supporting small businesses, we need to ensure their longevity. And we need to ensure that action does not cause unrest and anxiety and put people and dissuade people from actually having businesses on the Northern Beaches. And that's what council is doing. Mr Sideris made that statement at the last council meeting, that if he knew he was going to endure the conduct that has been displayed to him by council, he never would have invested in businesses in Manly. So I do hope that staff will take every effort to defer any action against these providers and ensure that they can stay where they are. And I do hope that a common sense proposal comes up to ensure small business is supported.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Okay, so I'm going to begin by saying, well, first of all, thank you to Councillor Glanville and Councillor Dillon for working on this motion. I can't help but note that I believe there is an uncanny resemblance between, for example, the first point of this motion and another one on the paper. As a writer, I do believe it's quite surprising that the wording is so similar. However...
Yes, your point of order, Councillor De Luca. Okay, your light's
Thanks,
on now.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
My point of order is that those adverse inferences are offensive. The residents, as well as owners of these mobile vendors, wrote to me proposing various clauses and asked me to consider. I considered some, I rejected some, and adopted others. And so I don't know why Councillor Causey is trying to make such adverse inferences,
Okay, so
but it's
thank
unnecessary.
you for that point of order. I'll rule it out of order because I think Councillor Causey made a point. They did look very similar. I know that there's reasons why, but thank you very much. I've made a ruling. So can we now...
So just continuing...
Continue.
I just really have a very simple point that I do believe there is another group of businesses that need to be considered in all of this, and that is the cafe owners who pay these very high rents, and they aren't all chains on the Northern Beaches, and who then are basically in competition with the food trucks and the coffee carts, who basically in the mornings, most of their trade is in the mornings. The ones that move on then, it just basically means that the take for all the businesses in an area are affected by the coffee carts. So I think we need to take into account, as Councillor Glanville has said, whether or not these coffee carts are permanent, or, you know, what the arrangements are going to be, because I believe that we also need to be considering the impact on the permanent small businesses.
Okay, thank you. Just before I put this to the vote, I too feel I've would like to also put forward some thoughts. I do believe, I do not agree that council is at war with businesses at all. I'm very aware how much our economic business department does actually try and help so many businesses who are struggling. The challenge I do see about mobile businesses are, a lot of these businesses came into fruition over COVID. Council relaxed a lot of rules, and I do understand how being mobile is actually much more cost effective. However, as was mentioned, that for bricks and mortar hospitality businesses who are paying rent, outdoor fees, and the cost of all their food and goods has just increased, and their insurances and their wages, these people have a lot of costs. And of course they see the van a block away for a smidgen of what they pay and feeling rather resentful for it. So there are two sides to this, because we do get complaints also, and I certainly get phone calls from those resenting the vans that are there. But I think the vans are very important because they are vibrant. They do have a way of changing. But because hospitality in particular, you mentioned about shops being closed, Councillor De Luca. Newport has more closed businesses than anywhere on the Northern Beaches. It is our highest area of closed businesses, which is really sad. But the reality of it is that it is the economic times are hitting everybody differently. We're trying to encourage our locals to shop local. We're trying to encourage them to try and stay with hospitality local. But of course, we all like a feed in different places. And these coffee shops, we do love our coffee, and that's for sure. But we've also come across business owners who may or may not have forgotten to renew their food safety certificates. So a lot of these businesses who end up in these caravans are businesses stepping into the role. If they go on to bricks and mortar, good on them, but for some of them they don't. So with that, I would just like to say, please can we move on and put this forward to the vote? Okay, all those in favour?
Hold on. Sue, I've got one more thing to say.
Sorry, no. End of story. I've now called the procedure. All those in favour? Okay. Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Williams and Councillor De Luca. Declare that carried. Now, before we close the meeting, I need to report the confidential resolutions that were made while we were in confidential before we can close. Okay, so if we can go to 17.8, oh sorry, 17.2, 17.5 and 17.8. Which we can't show. I just realised. Okay, with that, declare the meeting closed at 11:42. Thank you for those that made it all the way through. Happy birthday.